That she would have to pay an enormous price in terms of ego and self-will, and that the arrangement would carry with it staggering implications for the future. But every second thought was entertained and answered, every objection received a fair hearing, and in between the fierce and heated debates Sally conducted with herself on the floor of her own mind, she slept on it. By the time the light of day peeked through the bus windows, she'd settled in her mind that, with all things considered, such a major commitment would be the most logical, practical, and desirable thing to do, with advantages that far outweighed the disadvantages. It was quiet in the park, with few people around besides a matron walking her poodle and a few yuppies jogging to work. She moved to another bench closer to the pond, out in the full morning sun, and sat down, her duffel bag beside her. Then she took a good long look at herself. Dressed in her jeans and blue jacket, with a stocking cap on her head and a duffel bag beside her, she looked like a homeless vagabond. She looked solitary and lonely. She also looked small and insignificant in a very large world, and that carried more weight in her mind than anything else. What must she look like to a God big enough to have created this huge globe on which she was sitting? Like a microbe on a microscope slide. How would he even find her? Well, all she could do was make some noise, call out to him, cause a disturbance, send up some verbal flares. Maybe she could catch his eye or his ear. She placed her notebook in her lap and flipped to a page of notes she had prepared. Now where to start? She spoke softly, just barely forming the words on her lips. Ah, hello. Maybe he heard her, maybe he didn't. She said it again. Hello. That should be enough. I imagine you know who I am, but I'll introduce myself anyway. It just seems the thing to do. My name is Sally Beth Rowe, and I guess one refers to you as God. Or maybe Jesus. I've heard that done. Or Lord. I understand you go by several titles, and so I hope you'll indulge me if I grope a bit. It's been a long time since I've tried to pray. Anyway, I would like to meet with you today, and discuss my life and what possible role you might wish to play in it. And thank you in advance for your time and attention. She stared at her notes. She'd gotten this far. Assuming she'd secured God's attention, she proceeded with the next item. To quickly review what brought this meeting about, I guess you remember our last visit, approximately 30 years ago, at the Mount Zion Baptist Church in Eureka, California. I want you to know that I did enjoy our times together back then. I know I haven't said anything about it in quite a while, and I apologize. Those were precious times, and now they're favorite memories. I'm glad for them. So I suppose you're wondering what happened, and why I broke off our relationship. Well, I don't remember what happened exactly. I know that the courts gave me back to my mother, and she wasn't about to take me to Sunday school like Aunt Barbara did, and then I went to live in a foster home, and then well, whatever the case, our times together just didn't continue, and that's all. Well, I guess it's water under the bridge. Sally paused. Was there some kind of awakening happening inside her? God could hear her. She could sense it. She just knew it somehow. That was strange. It was something new. Well, now she lost her train of thought. I think I do sense that you're listening to me, so I want to thank you for that. She got her thoughts back again. Oh, anyway, I guess I was an angry young woman, and maybe I blamed you for my sorrows, but at any rate, I decided that I could take care of myself, and that's basically the way it went for most of my life. I'm sure you know the story. I tried atheism, and then humanism with a strong dose of evolution thrown in, and that left me empty and made my life meaningless. So then I tried cosmic humanism and mysticism, and that was good for many years of aimless delusions and torment and, to be honest, the mess I'm in right now, including the fact that I'm a convicted felon. You know all about that. Okay, Sally, now where do you go from here? You may as well get to the point. Well, anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is that Bernice, back in Ashton, was right, at least as far as Sally Rowe is concerned. I have a moral problem. I've read some of the Bible. It's a good book. It's a fine piece of work, and I've come to see that you are a God of morals, of ethics, of absolutes. I guess that's what holy means. And actually I'm glad for that, because then we can know where our boundaries are. We can know where we stand. I'm beating around the bush, I know. Sally stopped to think. How should she say it? Just what was it she wanted from God? I guess emotion. Maybe this is why I can't get around to it. I guess I need to ask you about your love. I do know it's there. Mrs. Gunderson always talked about it, and so did my Aunt Barbara, and now I've had a brief glimpse of it again in my talks with Bernice and that pastor, Hank the plumber. I need to know that she stopped. Tears were forming in the corners of her eyes. She wiped them away and took some deep breaths. This was supposed to be business, not some emotional, subjective experience she might later doubt. Excuse me. This is difficult. There are a lot of years involved, a lot of emotion. Another deep breath. Anyway, I was trying to say that. I would like very much for you to accept me. She stopped and let the tightness in her throat ease. Because I've been told that you love me, and that you've arranged for all my wrongs, my moral trespasses, to be paid for and forgiven. I've come to understand that Jesus died to pay my penalty, to satisfy your holy justice. I appreciate that. Thank you for that kind of love. But I want to enter into that kind of relationship with you. Somehow, I have wronged you, and I have ignored you, and my own offspring, and I've worked so hard to lead so many astray. The tears were coming again. Oh, well, considering the subject matter, a few tears would not be inappropriate. But if you will have me, if you will only accept me, I would be more than willing to hand over to you all that I am, and all that I have, whatever it may be worth. Words from 30 years ago came to her mind, and they captured her feelings perfectly. Jesus, she couldn't stop the emotions this time. Her face flushed, her eyes filled, and she was afraid to go on. But she did go on, even as her voice broke, as tears ran down her cheeks, as her body began to quake. Jesus, I want you to come into my heart. I want you to forgive me. Please forgive me. She was crying and she couldn't stop. She had to get out of there. She couldn't let anyone see her like this. She grabbed her duffel bag and hurried away from the pond, turning off the walkway into the nearby trees. Under their sheltering, spring fresh leaves, she found a small clearing and sank to her knees on the cool, dry ground. With a new freedom that seclusion brought, the heart of stone became a heart of flesh, the deepest cries of that heart became a fountain, and she and the Lord God began to talk about things as the minutes slipped by unnoticed and the world around her became unimportant. Above, as if another sun had just risen, the darkness opened, and pure, white rays broke through the treetops, flooding Sally Beth Rowe with a heavenly light, shining through to her heart, her innermost spirit, obscuring her form with a blinding fire of holiness. Slowly, without sensation, without sound, she settled forward, her face to the ground, her spirit awash with the presence of God. All around her, like spokes of a wondrous wheel, like beams of light emanating from a sun, angelic blades lay flat upon the ground, their tips turned toward her, their handles extending outward, held in the strong fists of hundreds of noble warriors who knelt in perfect, concentric circles of glory, light, and worship, their heads to the ground, their wings stretching skyward like a flourishing, animated guard. Dread. As in countless times past, in countless places, with marvelous, inscrutable wonder, the Lamb of God stood among them, the Word of God, and more, the final word, the end of all discussion and challenge, the Creator and the truth that holds all creation together, most wondrous of all, and most inscrutable of all, the Savior, a title the angels would always behold and marvel about, but which only mankind could know and understand. He had come to be the savior of this woman. He knew her by name, and speaking her name, he touched her. And her sins were gone. A rustling began in the first row of angels, then in the next, and then, like a wave rushing outward, the silken wings from row upon row of warriors caught the air, raising a roar, and lifted the angels to their feet. The warriors held their swords heavenward, a forest of fiery blades, and began to shout in tumultuous joy, their voices rumbling and shaking the whole spiritual realm. Gilo, as brilliantly glorified as ever he was, took his place above them all, and swept his sword about in burning arcs as he shouted, "Worthy is the Lamb! Worthy is the Lamb!" The warriors thundered. "Worthy is the Lamb!" Gilo shouted more loudly. "Worthy is the Lamb!" They all answered. "For he was slain. For he was slain." Single quote. Gilo pointed his sword at Sally Beth Rowe, prostrate, her face to the ground, still communing with her newfound savior. "And with his blood he has purchased for God the woman, Sally Beth Rowe." The swords waved, and their light pierced. "Worthy is the Lamb who was slain," Gilo began, and then they all sang the words together with voices that shook the earth, "to receive power and wealth and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and praise." Then came another roar, from voices and from wings, and another flashing of hundreds of swords. The wings took hold, and the skies filled with warriors, swirling, shouting, cheering, worshipping, their light washing over the earth for miles around. Miles away, some of Destroyer's demons covered their eyes against the blinding light. "Oh no," said one. "Another soul redeemed. One of our prisoners set free," wailed another. A quick, sharp-eyed spy returned from taking a closer look. "Who is it this time?" they asked. The spirit answered, "You will not like the news." Tal and Gilo embraced, jumping, spinning, laughing. "Saved. Sally Beth Rowe is saved. Our God has her at last." They remained, along with their warriors, keeping the hedge about her strong and brilliant, making sure her conference with the Lord would proceed undisturbed. Time passed, of course, but no one seemed to notice or care. Later, she didn't know how much later, Sally pressed her palms against the earth and slowly lifted herself to a sitting position, brushing dry leaves and humus from her clothes and using a handkerchief to wipe her face. She had been through an uncanny, perfectly marvelous experience, and the effects still lingered. A change, a deep, personal, moral restoration had taken place, not just in her subjective perceptions, but in fact. This was something new, something truly extraordinary. "So this must be what they mean by getting saved," she said aloud. Things were different. The Sally Rowe who first ducked into these woods was not the same Sally Rowe that now sat in the leaves, a trembling, awestruck, tear-stained, happy mess. Before, she had felt lost and aimless. Now she felt secure, safe in God's hands. Before, her life had no meaning. Now it did, with even more purpose and meaning yet to be discovered. Before, she had been oppressed and laden with guilt. Now she was cleansed. She was free. She was forgiven. Before, she was so alone. Now she had a friend closer than any other. As for her old friends, her tormentors, outside that hedge, thrown there like garbage into a dumpster, despair, death, insanity, suicide and fear sulked in the bushes, unable to return. They looked at each other, ready to squabble should any one of them dare to say the first word. They were out. Vanquished. Through. Just like that. Somehow, she'd no sooner become a child of God than she began to assert her rights and authority as such. She didn't say a lot, she didn't make it flowery. She simply ordered them out of her life. "She learns fast," said Despair. The others spit at him just for saying it. "This is marvelous," she said to herself, chuckling in amazement and ecstasy. Just marvelous. Tal and Gilo were watching, enjoying every moment. "The word of her testimony and the blood of the Lamb," said Tal. Gilo nodded. "That's to Captain Tal," came a shout. A courier dropped from the sky, sends word from Bacon's Corner. The prayers have brought a breakthrough. They've opened the breach, sir. They're ready to expose broken birch. Tal laughed with excitement. Well enough. The kindling is stacked, and he looked at Sally. We now have the match to start the brush fire. Nathan and Armith. Captain. They replied. Sally's ready. Follow her from here on, and be sure Creone and Triskel are warned to secure Ashton from invasion. When she lights the brush fire, sound the signal for Motor and Signa in Bacon's Corner. Done. Cree and C, establish your armies at the Omega Center. When the fire reaches there, send it on to Bentmore. They were gone immediately. Chimon and Sion, prepare armies at Bentmore, be ready to send the fire on to Summit. They soared away. Tal turned to the courier. Tell Motor and Signa that they have the prayer cover and can proceed closing the trap. After that, have them wait for the signal from Nathan and Armith. The courier flew off with the message. Tal put a brotherly hand on Gailo's shoulder. Gailo, the strength of many, it's time to position the armies at the Summit Institute. Yahaaa soared high, and they all did the same so that Lakeland Park was flooded with the flickering light. For the saints of God and for the Lamb. For the saints of God and for the Lamb. Motor got the word from Tal, and not too soon. He and Signa were just then hiding in the ventilation ducts at the Bergendorf factory, looking for an opportunity to throw a wrench into Destroyer's clever, unseen assault on the Saints of Bacon's Corner. Signa was pointing out Supervisor Abby Grayson, moving among the router tables with her ever-present clipboard in hand, just keeping things running smoothly as she had done for the last 20 years. They've never brought their intrigues and manipulations into this place, at least not so much as to be seen. Abby has no idea what's been happening. Just then, a pimple-faced youth came down the main aisle through the plant, catching a few stares from some of the workers and looking very uncomfortable. All right, said Motor, here we go. Hopefully Abby's going to have her eyes opened. Come on, Abby. Pay attention. Single quote. The kid walked up to Abby looking hesitant, embarrassed, but determined to have an audience with her. No voices could be heard above the roar of the machinery, but Abby's lips weren't too hard to read. So what can I do for you, Kyle? Come on, said Signa. Tell her. Two angels immediately stood by Kyle Krantz's side, dressed like factory workers. The people couldn't see them, but any demons might. Kyle wayward, oft-busted, former pot-smoking Kyle needed all the encouragement he could get. He was just plain scared. Come on, Motor urged. Kyle leaned close to Abby's ear and said what he had to say. Nerve completely. Abby seemed a little puzzled, maybe even shocked at his words. Let's get inside my office, she said. The two angels looked up toward the ventilation ducts and gave strong, affirmative nods. Done, said Motor. Better surround that office. Those two need to talk. Signa added. Only an hour later, Abby Grayson gave Ben Cole a call from her little office cubicle. Ben could still hear the muffled noise of the factory in the background. Well, hi, Abby. This is a pleasant surprise. Oh, this crazy world's full of surprises. I heard you were fired. Is that true? The question seemed rather blunt, but very much like Abby. Well, yes, it is. It's a long story. I'm going to make it longer. I've just heard some information you ought to know. Ben sat down on the sofa. Go ahead. I just had a long talk with Kyle Krantz. Remember him? You've busted him a few times for carrying pot. Yeah, right. He was working here and doing all right until he got fired yesterday. The word among the supervisors was that he was peddling drugs around the plant, and we have strict rules about any of that stuff, so out the door he went. But he got brave and came to see me today, and well, normally I wouldn't believe him, but considering everything else that's happened, maybe this time I do. She hesitated. Ben figured he'd better make it easier for her. Hey, Far. Well, Ben, she had to build up the nerve to ask it. What would you say if I told you that we have some witches in town, and some even working here in this plant? Ben sat up straight, his whole body full of attention. I would be very interested to know about that. So you don't think it's crazy? I did say witches. Ben's memory still carried vivid scenes of a goat dismembered and its two front legs crossed and bloody on the front steps of the church. No, Abby. We've seen quite a few strange things lately. I don't think it's crazy at all. Then maybe you'd better hear what Kyle has to say. Will you be free after 4 o'clock? Does a duck swim? You just name the place. It was about 4:30, and there was a cold wind blowing across long neglected, weed-infested fields of the old Benson farm. The white paint on the farmhouse was turning a gritty gray and beginning to peel like a sunburn. The windows were broken out, the shakes on the roof were beginning to splinter away in the wind. The apple and pear trees in the front yard were blossoming, but now reached skyward in a wild profusion of unpruned trunks and unsightly suckers. The Benson farm had been deserted too long and was simply not surviving, but fading steadily into decay and ruin with every passing season. A heavy chain blocked the driveway, and Marshall could drive the Buick no further. A no trespassing sign hung from the chain and swung forward and backward in the wind, right above the Buick's grill. Is this the place? He asked. Kyle Krantz, the young delinquent who couldn't seem to stay out of trouble, sat in the seat beside him, nodding his head and looking scared. In the back seat, Abby Grayson and Ben Cole looked at the dismal scene before them, and found it easy to believe what Kyle had told them about it. Kyle pointed. That's the barn right back there. That's where it was. I take it they were trespassing, just like you were? Asked Marshall. Kyle had grown dull toward such loaded statements. They were here, man. Marshall looked at the others. So, I guess we'll have to trespass too. They got out of the car and took a moment to look the place over. As near as they could tell, they were the only living beings here. There were no sounds except for the wind and the occasional cheep of the swallows nesting under the eaves of the farmhouse. Marshall ducked under the chain, and the others followed. The driveway wound around the farmhouse, went past a garage and toolshed, then opened into a wide, graveled area in back, a turnaround and access for farm machinery, supplies, and livestock that were no longer there. On the far side of this open area stood the old gray barn, weathered but intact, the main doors shut. Just what were you doing here anyway? Marshall asked the boy. Billy and I were looking for a good place to have a kegger. We always do that 'cause we find good spots no one knows about. So this barn must have looked pretty inviting. Yeah, back then it did. Now it doesn't. How did you manage to get this close without anyone seeing you? It was dark, and we snuck in around the other side of the house. They weren't watching for us anyway, they were too busy doing all their weird stuff. They reached the doors. Have you ever gone inside? No way. Billy and I just wanted to get out of here, and that's all. The big door swung open with a long, aged creak. The inside of the barn was cool, dim, and expansive. No one entered. Marshall was waiting for his eyes to grow accustomed to the low light. Finally they could all make out the dirt floor. It seemed plain enough, just smooth dirt. They saw nothing out of the ordinary. They looked at Kyle. He was immediately uneasy and defensive. I saw it, man. They were here. Okay, said Marshall, show us what you saw. Kyle went into the center of the floor and turned in a circle, his finger extended out and toward the floor. They had a big circle carved in the dirt right here, and a big pentagram in the middle of it. Then he pointed to a spot toward the back wall. There was a big bench there, like an altar, and there was blood on it, and there were about 20 people standing all around the circle with robes on and hoods over their heads, and they were all chanting and shouting, and there were candles around the circle. They had candles at all the points of the pentagram. Marshall looked around the barn. What cracks did you and Billy look through to see all this? Kyle pointed to the side of the barn. Right over there. The daylight was now plainly visible through two large spaces between some loose boards. Marshall went to where the cracks were, crouched down to their level, and looked back. He was satisfied the cracks provided a wide, clear view of the area in question. You say they had hoods on their heads? Yeah. Black robes and hoods, and they were barefoot. So how do you know who they were? 'Cause some of them were facing this way. I could see their faces turned right at me. Kyle was offended and edgy. I don't know why you don't believe me. Marshall held up his hand to calm the boy. Hey, I didn't say I didn't believe you. Not to mention getting your job back, said Abby. I'm not making it up, man. I saw Mulligan. He was standing right here, with a robe and a hood on, and chanting just like all the others. Ben was inspecting the spot where Kyle claimed an altar had stood. Marshall joined him. Ben had scratched in the dirt with his finger and uncovered some brown stains. He was able to pick up some clumps of stained dirt in his fingers. Could be blood. I'll take a sample. See, Marshall asked, tell me about that blood you saw. What were they doing with it? They were drinking it out of a big cup, a big silver cup. They were passing it around. How do you know it was blood? The lady said it was. What lady? Well, the leader, I guess. She was standing right there, and she said something about making some woman die and beating all the Christians. Ah, she said, defeat to the Christians. And she drank from the cup and passed it around, and they all drank from it. Then Kyle remembered something else. Oh yeah, man, get this. They had some animal legs right here in the middle of the circle. Oh, Kyle could tell he'd impressed them with that. Hogan and Cole were looking at him, dead serious and ready to hear more. Tell me about the animal legs, said Marshall. They had to be goat legs. They were crossed right here, like an X. He saw something. Hey, hold it, said Marshall, touching Kyle to stop him from disturbing the dirt at his feet. Ben crouched for a close look. Yeah, more blood. And here are some hairs. Goat hairs, said Kyle. That's what they are. So they wanted to defeat the Christians, huh? Asked Marshall. Yeah, they were really hollering about it. Another memory. Oh, and they were saying something about a courtroom, winning in a courtroom. And they were after some. Yeah. Did they say her name? The name meant nothing to Kyle, but he remembered hearing it. Ah, Sally on death row, or something like that. He was batting 1,000 now. He could see it all over their faces. Marshall dug into his jacket pocket. Did you see any of the other people's faces? Sure. The woman leader took her hood off, and I could see her. Marshall produced some color photographs he'd taken with much care, stealth, and a telephoto lens. He showed Kyle a picture of Claire Johansson. Yeah, that was her. The woman who led this whole thing. Yeah. Marshall showed Kyle a picture of John Schmidt. Yeah. He was here too. Marshall slipped in a picture of his sister. No, I've never seen her before. A photo of Irene Bledsoe. No, I don't think so. Officer Leonard Jackson. No, not Mr. Woodard. Man, where'd you take all these? Marshall put the pictures away. Kyle, I think you're giving it to us straight. Now listen, I'm not a cop, and whatever you tell me I'm not going to take it to the cops. I just need the information. It's important. I want you to tell me the real truth. Did you have any marijuana on the job at the Bergendorf Company? Kyle raised his hand as if taking an oath. None, I swear. Hey, Cole knows I've had some here and there, but not on the job. My old man would kill me, and besides, I need the work bad. Abby cut in. So you're saying that you were set up just to get you fired? You got it. I didn't put that marijuana in my locker. Single quote. Marshall looked at Ben and could tell he was recalling a similar incident involving marijuana in a locker. Any idea who put it there? Who do you think? I saw her here, and then opened my big mouth about it in the lunchroom, and so she must have found out about it. She gave me some pretty dirty looks after that, and then, bam. She's the person who says they ought to search my locker, and then they find the pot. Real handy, you know. Ben added sympathetically, and considering your reputation, there wasn't much point in denying it. You got it. Abby objected, but Donna's been with Bergen almost as long as I have. I can't believe she'd pull a stunt like this. She was here, Kyle insisted. She was standing right next to Mulligan. I saw her, and she knows it, and that's why I got fired. Kyle then recalled bitterly, then Mulligan comes down to the factory and tells me he'll let it go this time if I behave myself and make the right choices, he said. I know what he was doing. He was telling me to keep my mouth shut or he'd bust me for good. Here. Claire Johansson, John Schmidt, Sergeant Mulligan, and Kyle resented Marshall's hesitation. She was here. I swear it. Marshall completed the sentence. Donna Hemphile, Kyle's supervisor at the Bergen Door Company, and a member in good standing at the Good Shepherd Community Church. Thursday afternoon, Officer Leonard Jackson had some unwelcome visitors. He was sitting in his squad car, cleverly hidden in the trees at the west end of the Snyder River Bridge, just watching for speeders and having a pleasant day building up his citation quota, when suddenly, without prior notification of any kind, a big brown Buick swung off the road and into the trees, pulling right up alongside him. Now who in the world was this? Leonard felt invaded. This was a desecration of a sacred place. A handsome black man rolled down the window on the passenger side of the Buick. Hey, Leonard, how's it going? Ben Cole. Leonard tried to be sociable. Not bad, I suppose. What can I do for you? Ben looked toward the driver of the Buick. Have you met Marshall Hogan? Leonard had seen him around town and never felt good about him. No, we've never met. Marshall called a greeting. Hello, Officer Jackson, N. Hello. Ben said, we'd like to have a brief word with you. Well, I'm on duty. How's your quota so far? Leonard realized Ben would know everything about his job, so bluffing wasn't going to be possible. Well, I guess I'm doing all right. I've logged 12 so far. Ben was impressed. Hey, you're way ahead of the game. How about taking a short break for a little conference? I promise you'll find it interesting, said Marshall. At Summit, 5 demon messengers gathered just outside the dark, musty, secret chambers of the strongman, each with an urgent message for Destroyer. The first demon said to his fellows, I bring word that Broken Birch has been breached. The second demon nodded in acknowledgement and added, I bring word that Hogan and Cole are about to corner Officer Jackson. The third demon gasped at that news and growled his own. I bring word that they will be seeing Joey Parnell again and may frighten him into talking. The fourth said, I bring word that Pastor Mark Howard is rooting out the division in his church even now, and the enemy is healing all the damage we've done. The fifth said, I bring word that Sally Rowe has. Oh. The ground suddenly quivered with a roar that came from inside the strongman's lair. Apparently Destroyer and the strongman already knew about that. Destroyer dared not draw his sword. Such an aggressive move would only worsen the strongman's fury. So he dashed to and fro, grabbing the air in violent, desperate wingfuls, his arms covering his head and face, as the strongman came after him with flying blade and swinging fist, his mouth foaming with rage, his jowls flopping, his rancid breath turning the air yellow. WA reversal, the strongman screamed. She was ours, and now, contradicting the strongman was a poor idea. It earned Destroyer a violent swat across his head from the flat of strongman's blade. Lazy, unmoving, blind idiot. She is ours, my liege. Destroyer shouted over strongman's roaring. Talon his hordes grow weaker by the day. Smash. A huge fist in the neck. Soon they will fall away from her like overripe fruit, a clawed, scaly foot to the rump, from a tree, and we will take her. Oof. A knee to the stomach. You were going to take away Tal's prayer cover, yelled the strongman. What became of that? As I've tried to tell you, we have been whittling it away. Whittling when you should have been chopping, dashing, shredding, slaughtering. You will see it. I wish to see her destroyed, bumbling spirit. Live up to your boastful name. Pierce through a chink in her armor. Let her own sins rot her away. Her sins are gone, my Baal. She has come to the cross. Wham! A folded wing against the midsection. Destroyer tumbled and fluttered sideways across the room. "No, the strong man screamed. You will not mention that. But we can still take her, Destroyer insisted, although rather weakly. We will not turn back, the strong man roared, waving his sword in a fiery, rushing arc with each word. I have a plan, I will see it unfold. Let the blood of the Lamb defeat the others, it will not defeat me. Yaaaaa. The strong man brought his sword down with immeasurable fury, trailing a long, crimson streamer of light. Destroyer drew his own blade in an instant and blocked the razor edge with a shower of sparks. The power of the blow slammed him into the wall, and the strong man held him there like a ton of fallen earth. Now they were eye to eye, the yellow, glowing orbs almost touching, their sulphurous breath mixing in a putrid cloud that obscured their faces. The strong man's arm did not weaken, he did not lessen the weight that held Destroyer motionless. You will do it, he said finally, his voice a low, panting wheeze, or I will feed you to the angels myself in tiny pieces. With an explosion of arms, wings, and one blade that seemed like several, the strong man cast Destroyer from the room, and he tumbled into the 5 demons still waiting for him outside. They bowed before him as soon as they could crawl out from under him. We bring word, Baal, they said. What word? He asked. They told him. He cut 'em all to pieces. Tom, I am free. I could first see that cross so clearly, just as it must have looked on that bare, forlorn hill 2,000 years ago, and I was flat on my face before it, so weighed down with my wrongs, my boasts, my choices, myself, that I couldn't rise an inch. All I could do was lie there, admitting and confessing everything and reaching out to that rough-hewn piece of wood like a drowning man reaches for a lifeline, and grabbing hold for my very life. And how can I describe it? I apologize, but the words will not capture the experience. I had nothing to offer him, no incentive at all for him to forgive me, not the slightest, but he accepted me. I was so surprised, and then relieved, and then, with the steady realization of what had happened, ecstatic. My offering nothing other than myself, Sally Beth Rowe, pitiful, failing, and wayward, was accepted. I was what he always wanted in the first place, and he received me. He lifted the load from my being, and I could feel it go. I could just sense it all drawn away from me and rushing up to that cross. I felt so light, one thought I would be carried away by the slightest breeze. I was able to raise my head, and then saw the closing of our transaction, a trickle of blood running down the wood and puddling on the ground. The payment. Such a gruesome sight, such a discomforting thought, but really, to be honest, quite appropriate considering what Jesus, the Son of God, had first purchased. I am free. I am ransomed. I've never felt this way before, like a slave set free who was born a slave and never knew what freedom was like. I want to get to know this Jesus who has ransomed me. We've only just met. Sally lay her pen down on the small motel room desk, and wiped some tears from her eyes. She was still shaking. Just beside her notebook, a Gideon Bible lay open to the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 11. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light. That night, Marshall and Ben found County Coroner Joey Parnell at his home in West Haven. As usual, he wasn't glad to see them, nor was he willing to chat. Now get out of here and don't come back, he ordered through his barely cracked front door. Mulligan's controlling you, isn't he? Said Marshall. He knows about that hit and run, and he's been hanging it over your head. The door didn't close. Who told you about that? A source close to the Bacon's Corner Police Department. You struck a deal with Mulligan, and his own tracked you down, and you were just then working on a case of suspected homicide, some female transient, and Mulligan made you a deal, falsify the cause of death of this female transient, and he'd let the hit and run slip by. Am I right so far? The door cracked open a little more. Just what do you want from me? Marshall tried to sound compassionate despite the urgency that kept making his voice tense. How much longer do you want this to go on? You can be their puppet for the rest of your life, or you can help us put a stop to it. Parnell was silent for a moment. Then he opened the door wide enough to pass through. Come inside before somebody sees you. Parnell's wife was beside him. She was dark-haired, stout, and looking as troubled as he was. This is Carol. We can talk freely in front of her. I've told her everything. Would you like some coffee? She said quite mechanically. It was clear she didn't know what else to do. Yes, thank you, said Marshall, and Ben accepted as well. We'll sit in the dining room, said Parnell, leading them through the house. They sat around a large table under a dimly glowing chandelier. The low, somber lighting seemed to match Parnell's mood. He looked worn, tired, at the end of his strength. Without cue or question, he started talking as if he'd saved this story for years. The transient was a 32-year-old woman named Louise Barnes. She was homeless, a scavenger, no family. She was found dead in the woods along the Snyder River, about 6 miles north of Bacon's Corner. I remember the details perfectly because I want so much to forget them. He paused to gather his thoughts and control his emotions, then continued. Her body was found hanging by the ankles from a tree limb, the blood drained. There were abundant signs of bizarre, ritualistic murder that I won't go into. The hunters who found her had apparently startled the killers, who fled before they could dispose of the body altogether. I received the remains and finished the autopsy. I found the cause of death to be homicide, of course. But then, as you have already heard, I did get into a mishap near the high school on my way home. I didn't see the girl, Kelly Otis, until she stepped from behind a tree and into the street, and I hit her. I slowed just enough to look, to see that she was still alive though injured. Some other people were running to help her. I just couldn't let the incident damage my career. I'd just gotten the coroner's job, and you know how the political world is, how fragile a reputation can be. I fled. Sergeant Mulligan came to my office the next day, and we met in private. I expected him to question me about the hit and run, but he immediately asked me about the body of Louise Barnes and what my findings were. I told him, and that's when he made the offer to let the hit and run incident pass, just bury it, if I would alter my findings and not report the real cause of death. Parnell just stared at the table, his face etched with pain. I accepted his offer, filed the cause of death as accidental, and it was the worst decision of my life. There have been 3 ritual murders since then that I know of, and I'm sure many more that no one will ever know of. The 3 brought to me I quickly wrote off as accidental deaths. They were unknowns, possible runaways. I was hoping they would not be missed, but simply buried and forgotten, and that's what happened. But you see, I knew Sergeant Mulligan and his friends would be watching me. I knew I would have to perform to satisfy them, and so, with each murder I concealed, I fell deeper and deeper under their control, and that's where things stand at the present time. Marshall asked, just who are these people? What are they? Parnell reached into a cabinet and pulled out a file folder, then set it before him closed, his folded hands resting on top. Carol brought the coffee and sat down beside her husband, putting her hand on his arm and saying nothing. If you want a name to call them, you can use the term Broken Birch. Linked with hundreds of other such groups across the country. And taken together, these people wield incredible power, mostly through terror. And they're responsible for those ritual murders. Parnell looked at the telephone hanging on the wall. You should know that right now I can pick up the telephone, call any one of 6 different phone numbers, and have both of you dead within 24 hours. The other side of that, however, is that there are other parties who can make the same call regarding me, and I could be dead just as quickly, and may very well be if they find out I've talked to you. Unknowns and transients are used for ritual sacrifices. People who are known and would be missed are well, fatal accidents are arranged for them. Can you tell us who belongs to this bunch? Parnell shook his head slowly for emphasis. First of all, I don't know all of them. Secondly, I wouldn't tell you if I did. I can only confirm what you already know. Sergeant Mulligan is involved, and has been for years. As I understand it, he and some of the men from the local lodge checked it out and found the transition very easy. Because he holds such power in town and is head of law enforcement, they were quite willing to include him. Can you confirm Claire Johansson? Parnell hesitated, and then answered, yes. What about her boyfriend, John Schmidt? Yes, he's part of it. Ben wondered, so what about all those people involved in the Liffekirkel Fellowship? Do they tie into this? Parnell shook his head emphatically. They aren't supposed to know about it. All those well-meaning people being pulled into the Liffekirkel group are simply being used and manipulated. They have no idea that Broken Birch is at the core of it, and they have no idea what their leaders are really up to. Marshall asked, what about Donna Hemfire? I believe so. It's hard to be sure sometimes, they hide it so well. Parnell drew a breath to change gears, then opened the file folder. Here's what you really want to know, and all I really want to tell you. He distributed the contents of the folder on the table in front of Marshall and Ben. With great interest, the 2 men examined several police mug shots and the rap sheet on a young, beautiful, black-haired woman. Not Sally Rowe, obviously, said Parnell. Ben recognized her. The dead woman we found in the goat shed. I did some checking on my own. Her name is Alicia von Bauer, 27, a Satanist, a member of Broken Birch. You'll note her criminal record: animal mutilations, public nudity and perverse behavior, prostitution, pornography. I might add to that list ritualistic murder, but who could ever prove it? Marshall asked, so you think this Sally Rowe thing was another ritual murder, or at least an attempt at one? Exactly. It's clear to me that her death was arranged, and it was supposed to appear to be a suicide. That's how you recorded it, anyway, said Ben. Parnell nodded. With an unforeseen additional service, identifying the body of Alicia von Bauer as that of Sally Rowe. I do what I'm told, Mr. Cole. But obviously, something went terribly wrong, and all I can figure is that Sally Rowe, or something else, overpowered von Bauer, and Rowe escaped. That's our theory, said Ben. He picked up the most recent photograph of Alicia von Bauer for a closer look. The deep black eyes seemed to stare back at him from the page. It was eerie, disposing of the evidence. Exactly. Marshall didn't know if he'd get an answer to the next question. Mr. Parnell, we have a lot of reason to believe that this attempted killing isn't just a Broken Birch affair. What about the big people Claire Johansson and John Schmidt are connected with? Would they have something to gain? I think you're on the right track. I'm sure the order for the murder came from someone higher up. How do you know? Arnell even smiled a little. Because it's the first time I've seen Sergeant Mulligan afraid. Not long after I collected the body, Mulligan called me, asking if I'd found any personal effects on the body, which I hadn't. I could tell he was getting pressure from someone much higher, much more powerful than him or his Broken Birch friends. He was desperate enough to tell me what to look for, something missing that should have been there. Yeah, Ben recalled, I asked you about that. Somebody even ransacked the rental house. "So what was missing?" asked Marshall. "A gold ring," Parnell answered. "Someone took it off von Bauer's finger with cooking oil. I found traces of the oil still on von Bauer's finger. The other thing missing was $10,000 in cash." Marshall and Ben looked at each other. They both had the same thought. Ben spoke it. "Somebody hired her." "Who?" asked Marshall. Parnell shrugged. "I'd advise looking for." Marshall had no comment. Right now he was overwhelmed with a sudden, flesh-crawling fear he hadn't felt since a few years ago in Ashton, when it seemed all the evil in the world was about to crash down on him. A mole. Suddenly the analogy was inadequate. What Marshall felt was more like a dragon, a monster, dark, insidious, clever, and big enough to fill the sky, with jaws gaping just above them, dropping to the kill, closing like a vice. Far away from Bacon's corner, and still hidden from her enemies, Sally Rowe sat among the floor-to-ceiling shelves at the downtown library in Henderson, flanked on every side by invisible angelic guards, and paging through a massive National Bar Association directory of attorneys. She had a hunch, only a guess, but in her thinking it was the strongest possibility. At her elbow sat Volume 4 of the 4 rosters she had stolen from Professor Samuel W. Lynch's office, its full title, "A Continuation of the History and Roster of the Royal and Sacred Order of the Nation." Each of the 4 volumes contained about 200 pages. Most of the pages were devoted to weird, esoteric, ceremonial mumbo-jumbo, secret rites and initiations, minutes of meetings, and bylaws. At least 50 pages in each volume were dedicated to the names of members. The pages of names held her attention for the time being. She'd been scanning them for hours. She now had another volume lying across Volume 4 to hold it open to page 68, the 168th Brotherhood of Initiates. Like the 167 pages in this and the 3 volumes that came before, this page listed the names of new members brought into the Order of the Nation in one particular year, and contained 2 columns of 15 names each. The column on the left contained bizarre, esoteric names like Isenstar, Marrakia, and Pendoret. The column on the right contained real names, some of them even familiar. 2/3 of the way down the left column, she'd found the name she had looked through several years' worth of pages to find. Exeter. At first, Exeter was just a mysterious word she'd found engraved on the inside surface of the ring she'd taken from the finger of her would-be assassin. Until she stole the rosters and studied them, the engraving made no sense at all. When she finally found page 68 in Volume 4 of the rosters, it made a lot more sense. Exeter was a secret name or title, 9th on the list of 15. Directly opposite the name Exeter, in the right column, was the real name of the man who had received the title, James Everett Bardeen. James Bardeen. He'd been initiated into the Sacred Order of the Nation along with 14 other men 12 years ago, and upon his initiation had been granted the secret brotherhood name of Exeter and his ring of fellowship bearing his secret name. Very impressive, even spooky, and not to be scoffed at. The Nation could have been just another lodge or fraternal organization, some secret society or club where all the good old boys could get together, have a secret meeting with its oaths, handshakes, funny hats and rituals, and afterward down some beers and be rowdy. Almost every town had a lodge or secret order of some kind. But the Nation went beyond that. It bound a lot of familiar names together and gave them at least this society in common. She'd found the name of Samuel W. Lynch among the 129th Brotherhood of Initiates. He'd been initiated into the Nation 51 years ago, and as he showed her in his office, still kept his cherished ring of fellowship. The second ring in her possession, the one she'd hidden for 10 years under the brick windowsill in Fairwood, bore another secret name, Gawain, but she already knew whose ring it was. She quickly found his name at position 7, opposite the name Gawain, in the 146th Brotherhood of Initiates. Owen Jefferson Bennett, initiated 34 years ago when a senior at Bentmore University. Good old Owen. There were so many things he never told her. All this was fascinating, of course, but first and foremost in Sally's mind at this moment was the name of James Everett Bardeen. The Nation was a strictly male organization, but a female assassin was wearing his ring. What was the connection? Who was Bardeen in the first place? Perhaps it was the current Nation seemed to have no ordinary, blue-collar people in its membership, but only bankers, businessmen, educators, attorneys, and statesmen, purveyors of power. Whatever the case, she was now narrowing her search in the B section of the Bar Association directory, and getting closer. Barcliffe, Barclyde, Barden, Bardetee, Bardeen, James Everett Bardeen. Bingo. This guy was an attorney. The listing was current, published this year. Bardeen was working for a big law firm in Chicago. Evans, Santinelli, Farnsworth, and McCutcheon. They were members of the American Citizens Freedom Association. Sally had to sit back and think about that. James Bardeen is a member of the AGFA. The AGFA is bringing the lawsuit against the school the killer was wearing Bardeen's ring. Did this mean a connection between the AGFA and Sally's would-be killer? Sally thought so. She would be looking up more names, that was certain. She couldn't wait to write to Tom and tell him. But who in the world was that fiendish woman in black? Friday morning, Pastor Mark Howard found his way through the noisy, busy, bustling Bergen Door Company, protective eyewear and earplugs in place, dodging the forklift, ducking around the doors being stacked, being sanded, being moved. He engaged a clipboard-carrying foreman in a brief, shouting conversation, and got directions to the small cubicle officer Donna Hemphile, Finnish supervisor. Mark could see Donna through the glass enclosure. He stepped up and tapped on the door. "Yeah, come in." Mark stepped inside. Donna Hemphile swiveled around in her desk chair and stuck out her hand. "Hey, pretty serious matters, Donna." Donna looked at the clock. "Well, you know, I have to be out of here by. I already talked to Mr. Bergen. He has someone else handling that new bandsaw. He said I could have an hour with you." Donna had to digest that for a moment, and then relaxed back in her chair. "Okay. Have a seat." Mark wheeled the only other chair around and sat facing Donna. "I've been running all around town since Wednesday night trying to nail some things down, and I haven't slept much. You know the kind of trouble we've been having in the church since this lawsuit came up. I've felt like a seaman trying to patch the leaks in a sinking ship before it goes down completely." Donna nodded. "Yeah, it's been rough. Anyway, I finally got 3 families together for a conference. The Warings, the Jessops, and the Walroths. It was a pretty good meeting, I guess. Ed and Judy Waring are still disgruntled, but the Jessops and Walroths might be coming around." Mark paused. He was going to change directions. "But I wanted to ask you about something they all told me, and you know, I never thought about it before this. You're on the prayer chain, and your name comes before the Jessops, the Walroths, and the Warings. MMHM. Donna just sat there listening. Mark plunged in. "So, let me ask you point blank. Did you tell June Walroth that Tom Harris beats his daughter Ruth, and that's why he puts long sleeves on her so often?" Donna chuckled at that. "No. Did you tell Judy Waring that Kathy and I are having marital problems because I was unfaithful and had an affair a few years ago?" Donna smiled and shook her head. "Fields were stealing the school's money." "No. Did you tell Andrea Jessup that Tom's had some real problems with sexual deviancy ever since Cindy died?" "No." Mark was finding Donna's extremely brief answers a bit jarring. "You don't have any other comment about all this?" Donna smiled and shook her head in seeming incredulity. "Why should I say anything, Mark? Those people are gossip hounds. This is the kind of thing they'd come up with. Why do you suppose they all came up with the same source for their information?" She tossed up her hands. Beats me. They must have something against me, I don't know. So what else do you have on the list? Well, somebody who doesn't even go to our church. Kyle Krantz, the kid who got fired on Tuesday for having marijuana in his locker. At that, Donna rolled her eyes. Oh, brother. Donna, you don't lie very well. She smiled that same subtle, mocking smile. On the contrary, Mark, you did approve my application for church membership. Mark nodded. So I did. He'd heard enough. Well, I could go through the biblical pattern and come back with some witnesses to go through all this again with you, but, what do you think? That probably isn't worth the trouble, is it? Donna just kept smiling. No need, really. The phone rang. Donna picked it up. Well, sorry, that was Mr. Bergen. He wants to meet with me right away. I know, said Mark, rising from his chair. He let himself out the door, and walked down the aisle. Donna was not far behind him. Mr. Bergen's office was about halfway down the floor. Mark looked through the window. Abby Grayson, Kyle Krantz, Kyle's friend Billy, and Marshall Hogan had already been there quite a while. Mr. Bergen, a stern-looking man in his 60s, was pacing about the office, waiting impatiently, visibly angry. Mark cracked the door open and stuck his head in long enough to catch Mr. Bergen's eye. Bergen looked his way immediately. He was expected. It's all true, said Mark. Then he closed the door and went on his way, pausing just long enough to look back and see Donna Hemphill go into the office of her boss. Lucy Brandon could feel her scalp crawling and her stomach twisting into a knot. This was her second such phone call today, interrupting her work at the post office and scaring her to death. Don't talk to Hogan, said her once kind friend Claire Johansson. Don't say a word to him, or to any of those people. It could go very bad for you if you don't protect any knowledge you have. Lucy tried to keep her voice down so Debbie wouldn't overhear. Claire, what's happened? Nothing has happened. I got a call from Gordon Jefferson just like yours. He wasn't kind at all. He kept telling me I'd be in legal trouble if anything leaked, and I didn't even know what he was talking about. Claire didn't answer right away. She was working on a reply that was safe, or downright deceiving. The hearing before the Federal Court of Appeals is coming up soon, and things are getting critical, that's all. I think it has all of us on edge. So why come down on me? It's not just you. We're clamping down on everyone, even ourselves. Too much information is getting out, and it could ruin our case. We have to be careful. I'm sure you understand that. This all seems so sudden. Well, it just seems that way. Don't worry about it. Just keep quiet, and keep things to yourself from now on. I have to go. Click. I'm going to explode, Lucy thought. I'm just going to go crazy, stark raving mad. I can't take this anymore. Ding. A patron was at the counter. No, can't see anyone, I can't talk to anyone. I just want to get out of here. But where could I go? How would I explain my daughter? What about the trouble I've gotten myself into? Ding. Oh, where's Debbie? Lucy looked at the clock. Oh, wonderful. She's on break, probably across the street buying some sugarless gum or something. Coming. She gathered herself, trying to calm down, and stepped to the front. The patron was Tom Harris. Both of them immediately felt awkward and even shied back a little. Oh, I'm sorry, said Tom. I mean, I don't have to. Lucy looked this way and that. Wait on you. Tom stood back from the counter. He extended his arms to lay some packages in front of Lucy. I wanted to send these to my folks. Lucy pulled the packages toward her, turned 'em around again, read the addresses, read 'em again, still didn't know what she'd read. She just couldn't think. Was she supposed to weigh them? She set all three on the scale at once and fumbled with the sliding weights. No, no, this wouldn't work. Not all three. She set the packages down and without looking up tried to say, "I'm sorry any of this ever happened," but her voice was too weak and trembling. Tom heard her anyway. "Sure. So am I." She tried to concentrate on the packages. "Well, I guess we aren't supposed to talk about it." "I understand. Do you think Amber's possessed?" The question didn't just slip out. Lucy pushed it out. She wanted to know. But Tom Harris was muzzled, and acted like it. Even though he wanted to answer, he could only look at her in obvious frustration. "You know I can't talk about that. Need to know. For me." He shook his head sadly, painfully. "I can't talk about it." But listen. She listened. Jesus Christ conquered the spiritual forces of evil on the cross. The Bible says he disarmed them and made a public display of them. He has all authority over them, and he's given that authority to his people, the true believers in him. He's the answer. That's all I can say. Have you ever seen someone possessed? Tom took back his packages. "I wish I could tell you all about it. Maybe when this lawsuit is over, I'll listen, no offense, okay. I'll mail these later." He hurried out the door, leaving Lucy with her questions unanswered. "Evans, Santinelli, Farnsworth, and McCutcheon," said the receptionist. "Mr. Bardeen, please," said the woman's voice on the other end. The receptionist hesitated. "I'm very sorry to inform you, but Mr. Bardeen is deceased. Did you have any current business with him? We can arrange for someone else to complete that." The other party was understandably shocked by the news. "Did you say Mr. Bardeen was deceased?" "Yes, I'm sorry to tell you that. He was killed in an auto accident several weeks ago. It was a real blow to all of us here at the firm." "Well, I'm shocked to hear that myself. I'm sorry. Perhaps you'd like to talk to Mr. Mahoney, Mr. Bardeen's superior. Perhaps he can help you." "Oh, thank you, no. Let me sort things out first." "Fine. Thank you for calling. Goodbye." The receptionist hung up the phone and went back to typing a letter on a sophisticated electronic typewriter, sitting at a massive, dark oak, brass-fitted desk, in a plush carpeted office with 12-foot-high, wood-paneled walls and ornate lighting fixtures, as gray-haired senior partners, junior partners dressed for success, aggressive legal assistants, ambitious secretaries, and powerful incognito. The Chicago offices of Evans, Santinelli, Farnsworth, and McCutcheon were more than a palace. They were a citadel of power and legal technocracy, where knowledge and power were synonymous and time was money. Lots of money. Here the czars of case law and the architects of legal precedent groomed the future by challenging, bending, stretching, and even crossbreeding the law, turning it their way as far and as often as their money, skill, connections, and power would allow. These were the officers of the elite, the promoters of the favored and the deposers of the dispensable, the guarantors of success and the instigators of ruin. Atop this ivory tower, at the pinnacle of the pyramid, strode the ruthless and powerful Mr. Santinelli. "Good afternoon, Mr. Santinelli," said the receptionist. "Good afternoon," he replied with a faint, obligatory smile, extending his hand to receive the newly typed letter. "I'll be having a special meeting for the next half hour. There will be no calls, no disturbances." "Yes, sir." Santinelli continued down the aisle to a tall and imposing mahogany door. An aide swung the door open just in time for him to pass through it, and then closed the door after him like a slab over a crypt. Santinelli was in the private conference room adjacent to his office, a soundproof, secret, and rather gloomy place. The woodwork still seemed to absorb the light, and the floor-to-ceiling, velvet curtains were still drawn over the windows. 3 men stood in a tight cluster at one end of the room, talking in hushed voices. They nodded a greeting when Santinelli came in. One of them was Mr. Cool, the man entrusted with the elimination of Sally Beth Rowe. Santinelli made some quick introductions. Gentlemen, allow me to formally introduce Mr. Cool, who will cool. I present to you Mr. Evans, a partner in this firm, now fully devoted to our present legal concerns, and Mr. McCutcheon, our Director of Administration and Finance. A pleasure, said Cool. I've spoken with Mr. Goring at Summit and Mr. Steele at the Omega Center, Santinelli reported. It's clear to all of us that Sally Rowe has been tracking down the owner of that ring she slipped from Von Bauer's finger, and using Von Bauer's fee to finance her cross-country sleuthing. They agree with us that the rosters are enough to lead her to the late James Bardeen, which means she'll have to come here, though we can't be sure when. Mr. Cool has secured the building for that eventuality, and of course we have your assurance, Mr. Cool, that the failure at Bentmore University will not be repeated. Last time we were a little too discreet, I would say. I have twice the personnel here as I had stationed at Bentmore, and our techniques will be much more direct this time. The hearing in the Federal Court of Appeals is on Monday, Santinelli fumed. A ruling in our favor will not be much consolation if Rowe is still at large. When she comes, you may bring her to this room and kill her right here, as far as I'm concerned. Cool stifled a laugh. Just across the conference table, Destroyer and the 12 grotesque warriors who flanked him did not stifle their laughter at all, but thoroughly enjoyed the thought of killing that woman. Destroyer's laugh was a brief indulgence, however. He still bore the bruises and shame from his recent meeting with the strongman, and now his exhilaration at the thought of Sally Rowe's impending death was mixed with desperation. You will take her this time, he growled, his wings flared in anger, his crooked finger pointing across the table. You will take her and kill her. Then he shouted to his warriors, surround this place, and post sentries over the city. She will not evade us this time. The warriors, with a thirst for blood. Destroyer glared at Cool, and muttered to himself, come to us, Sally Rowe. Whatever your condition, cross or no cross, this time nothing will stop us. Nothing. On the outskirts of Chicago, Sally Rowe sat in a dismal, musty room at a cheap motel, staring at the telephone and wondering what to do next. So James Bardeen was dead. She'd spent no small amount of time preparing herself to confront him face to face, to bring it all to a head, and she had come so close, but now what could she do? Well, there was no point in visiting Evans, Santinelli, Farnsworth, and McCutcheon. The man she sought was no longer there. But obviously Bardeen wasn't the only player in this game. There were other players and strategists, from the clumsy police in Bacon's Corner to the Mindmulders at Omega, to the highest levels of the educational establishment at Bentmore University, and even beyond that. They all knew about her, they all wanted that ring, and they all seemed quite determined to kill her. With reluctance, she brought back an old thought she'd entertained several times in the past few weeks and went over it again. There was one final ploy she could try, one do-or-die way to find and identify the people who were responsible for this whole nightmare. Did she say do or die? It would most likely be die, if God didn't see fit to spare her. Funny. Before she encountered the cross, she saw no reason to live but feared death. Now she had a reason to live, but did not fear death at all. It was an odd kind of peace, a fascinating sense of rest and stillness deep in her soul. Someday she would have to analyze it and clarify just what had happened to her, if she lived long enough. If not, well, maybe she'd lived long enough already. She got out her notebook again, and began to compose her very last letter to Tom Harris. Nathan and Armeth were tense with anticipation and preoccupied with strategy, but they were there by Sally's side when she started that letter. The word of her testimony, the blood of the Lamb, and she does not love her life. That's 3, said Armeth. Sally's pen glided over the paper. Tom, this will be my last letter to you. I have told you all that I have done, and all that I know, and I've shared with you my encounter with the God and Savior you serve. What more could remain but to see you face to face and finally bring this trouble to an end? There is no doubt in my mind that the AGFA has pulled some big strings, or vice versa, and are connected with the attempt on my life, which must be connected with the attack against you and your school. I now have the gold ring taken from my would-be assassin, as well as the 4 volumes of the history and roster of the Royal and Sacred Order of the Nation, which prove the ring belonged to the now deceased James Everett Bardeen, an attorney in Piercing the Darkness. High standing with the AGFA. I also have other information, much of which I have provided in many letters, that should prove invaluable to you in your defense against this lawsuit. All that remains now is for me to return to Bacon's Corner to aid your attorney in building his defense, and ultimately to testify in open court on your behalf. I believe it's time I heard from you. Please contact me at the Caravan Motel. She gave Tom the address and telephone number, then closed her notebook. If she hurried, she could get the letter photocopied and mailed. But first, there was one more letter to write. She flipped to a fresh page in her notebook. She'd used up the pages in 2 notebooks by now, and was starting into her third, and began her first and last letter to Bernice Kruger, CO the Ashton Clarion. She wrote hurriedly, saying only what was essential. The young clerk at the post office was just bagging up the mail for the evening pickup when a lady in jeans and a blue jacket came to the counter with some more. He was in a hurry. The truck was coming any minute. He took care of her quickly, applied the necessary post. The lady went out the front door, glad she'd made it in time. In the rush, one letter fell from the mailbag to the floor under the front counter and lay there facey down. It was addressed to Bernice Kruger, CO the Ashton Clarion. On Monday morning, without prior warning and totally unexpected, the fax machine in the Ashton Clarion office warbled its electronic ring and was barely heard over the prepublication bedlam that usually marked Monday mornings. Bernice didn't hear it at all. She was in Marshall's glassed-in office trying to convince Eddie's Bakery to buy just 2 more column inches so she wouldn't have to keep filling in that space with stupid one-liners. Hey listen, she said, we'll make the donut bigger, and then make the coffee mug bigger, you know, show more steam coming out or something. The readers will grab right onto it. Sure they will. Bernice. Cheryl called through the glass. You're getting a fax. Bernice looked up at Cheryl. What? Cheryl said something back, and all Bernice could hear through the glass was the word fax. The rest was meant for lip-readers. A fax. From who? So far she was drawing a blank. The phone squawked in her ear. She had to give a reply. Oh, yeah. Well, think about it, will you, Eddie? I'll give you a deal on it. Well, let me think about that. Okay, goodbye. Cheryl knocked at the door lightly, cracked it open, and tossed the sheet of paper in, hot off the fax machine. Bernice grabbed it before it floated to the floor and gave it a once-over. Oh, this was from Cliff Bingham, her contact in Washington, D.C. She'd forgotten all about him. Well, he'd found the Finding the Real Me curriculum for 4th graders at the Library of Congress and sent her the title page with a note scribbled at the top. Cliff. She smiled. Well, Cliff, you did all right, but Marshall's seen the curriculum already. You're too late. Thanks anyway. She went to her Rolodex to find Cliff's number, found it, and picked up the telephone. She punched in the number, and looked over the title page again as she waited for the ring and the answer. Then she saw it. She slammed the phone down. She scanned the page again to make sure. She checked the publication date. She picked up the phone and pounded out the number for the Cole residence in Bacon's Corner. Hello. It was Bev Cole. Hello, Bev. This is Bernice Kruger in Ashton. Oh, hi. What do you know? I've got to talk to Marshall right away. Who? Well, he isn't here, and I don't know where he is. I've got to. Oh, nuts. Did he say when he'd be back? No, he runs around so much I never know where he is, he and Ben. Bev, listen, I'm going to fax him something. He should be able to pick it up at Judy's, right? Oh yeah, if she's open. I'm going to fax it to Judy's secretarial service right now, and you tell him to get over there right away and pick it up, all right? Okay, I'll tell him. Hey, you sound excited. Oh, I'm a little excited. See you later. Goodbye. She scrambled out of the office and made a beeline for the fax machine. Marshall, where are you? Lucy Brandon was going through the morning mail, sorting it, slipping it into all the post office boxes and assigning it to the 4 different carrier routes. She was ill, nervous, overwrought, and exhausted, and now she was beginning to hate her job, especially when letters came in from S. B. Rowe. Like this one, fresh out of the bag, no sooner thought of than in her hand. How many did this make? It had to be more than 30. 30+ envelopes, all stuffed with several thicknesses of the same lined notebook paper, all written in the same, fluid handwriting just visible through the envelope, and all addressed to Tom Harris. So I guess when I forward this one, I'll be violating federal law over 30 times. What a thought. What if I just delivered it to Tom Harris? What if I slipped it into his carrier's box, just one of these letters, just once? Good morning, Lucy. She literally jumped, dropping the letter to the floor. Sergeant Harold Mulligan. Sergeant, what are you doing back here? You scared me to death. He stooped and picked up the letter from the floor. Ah, another one, eh? She tried to take it from him. Yes, thank you kindly. He wouldn't let go. Nor, now just hold on, Lucy. I've got orders regarding any further mail from Miss You-Know-Who. She didn't care. I'll take that letter back, Sergeant. It's United States mail. What? He actually grabbed her arm with painful force and pushed her against the wall. And just what do you think you're gonna do with it, huh, Lucy? Are you thinking you just might mail it where it's supposed to go? Ha! You let go of me. You listen to me, little lady. Any more mail from Rowe, you put it right in my hand, right here, see? You don't mess with it, you don't even think about it, or you are gonna have one big, ugly pack of troubles. She was getting scared. I'm doing what I'm told, Harold, you know that. Please let go of me. Just wanna make sure we're clear on this. Excuse me, came a voice from the front. It was Marshall Hogan. Oh man, how much of this did he see? Mulligan immediately turned his aggressive posture into a teasing one and let Lucy go. Okay, Lucy, take care. He went out the back way with the letter in his pocket. Debbie stepped up to the counter to help the big, red-haired man. Lucy hurried forward. I'll take care of him. Debbie backed away, but could see Lucy was in no condition to help anyone. Too late, though. They couldn't talk about such a thing in front of a customer. She went back to her sorting, but kept an eye on her boss. I'd like a book of stamps, said Marshall gently. She reached into the drawer under the counter. Her hands were visibly shaking, and she couldn't look up. Are you in trouble? Marshall asked. Please, I can't talk to you, she said on the verge of tears. She finally found a book of stamps and set him on the counter. He had something else on the counter as well. This is County Coroner Joey Parnell's report on the woman who committed suicide, supposedly Sally Beth Rowe. See the description. Black hair, in her 20s. Here, look at this. He set a photograph in front of her and continued to talk in quiet, gentle tones. This is a police mug shot of her. She had a criminal record. Now I know you know what the real Sally Rowe looks like. You identified a picture of her at your deposition. But this is the woman who was found dead. She was a member of a secret coven of witches who call themselves Broken Birch, and when she tried to kill Sally Rowe, she was working for someone. She was carrying $10,000. Lucy looked down at the picture, still shaking but listening. Marshall continued, now that cop who just roughed you up back there has done all he can to cover this up and make it look like a suicide, and we think we know why. he belongs to that coven, he's in on the whole thing. As a matter of fact, that coven lays claim to some pretty big wheels in Liffekirkel, some of your own friends, including Claire Johansson and John Schmidt. Marshall waited just a moment for that to sink in, and then concluded, as for Sally Rowe, we have good evidence that she's still alive somewhere, probably hiding for her life. So the question I'd like you to consider is this. Why would the same friends who are helping you in this lawsuit want Sally Rowe killed? Lucy didn't say a word. She could only stand there stone still, staring at the photographs as tears filled her eyes. Marshall got his answer from her face. He took back the coroner's report and photos and slipped a piece of paper to her. This is where you can reach me, at Ben and Bev Cole's house. Call me anytime. He paid for the book of stamps and walked out. Lucy still didn't move, even as Marshall's money for the stamps sat on the counter in front of her. Debbie saw the whole thing. Now she was finished with just watching. The mail forgot the mail. Bernice got into her Volkswagen Beetle and zipped over to the Ashton post office a little late this morning. In all the excitement, her Daily Mail pickup had slipped her mind. She went into the lobby, said hello to Lou, the young mail clerk, and opened the Ashton Clarion's post office box. Creone stood beside her, as interested in the morning mail as she was. He was looking for an important letter from Sally Rowe. Bernice flipped through the junk flyers, the bills, the letters to the editor. Here were some checks in payment of advertising and want ads. Those were always nice. Nothing unusual, everything routine. She dropped all the mail into her large plastic shopping bag and headed out the door. This was a horrendous development. Creone shot through the roof of the post office and met Triskel high above. Nothing, he said. Triskel wasn't ready for that report. Nothing. No letter. They could see Bernice getting back into her little car, far too calm and unruffled. It didn't get here, said Creone, agitated, frustrated, and thinking fast. It's lost. It's misplaced. I don't know. We'd better get word to Nathan and Armith. If we don't get the fire started in time, Sally Rowe is as good as dead. Sally's last letter to Tom Harris lay open on Claire Johansson's desk, and Claire was on the telephone. The Caravan Motel, she said. I think our magic worked after all. This is the first time Rowe has ever revealed her whereabouts. Apparently she'll be there for a while. She's waiting for Tom Harris to contact anyone else. And I'll breathe easiest of all when she's dead. More elated squawkings from the other end. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Santinelli will be pleased. Give him our regards. Claire hung up, rested her chin on her knuckles, and smiled at Sergeant Harold Mulligan. Harold, help yourself to a drink. Nathan shot through the roof of the post office near Chicago and flew over the heads of the busy staff, looking this way and that, banking and swooping over the tables, counters, and carts, then ducking under the tables, flying just inches above the linoleum, his sharp eyes scrutinizing every scrap of paper, every piece of junk mail, every. There, just under the front counter, facey down, lay the lost letter to Bernice Kruger. It was going to take some special measures to get it to Ashton in time. He grabbed it, arched upward, and looked around the room for the right mailbag to put it in. Snatch. The letter was gone from his hand. He spun about in time to see a brazen little imp holding the letter in his claws, grinning a toothy grin, hovering on blurred black wings. "Ooh," said the demon, "and what have we here?" Nathan didn't have time for this. His sword was instantly in his hand. Oof. A kick from a black, clawed foot. Another spirit came at him from the side, sword ready. Nathan dashed the demon's sword aside with his own, then kicked the demon back, sending him through the wall of the building. Another spirit dropped from above. Nathan shot sideways to dodge a plunging sword, then mowed the spirit in half. Where was that imp? There. Hiding behind the sorting bench. Two more spirits. They must have heard there was a fight in here. Nathan dove for the first, his sword raised, but the other spirit grabbed his ankle and jerked him backward. His sword cut through space, and that was all. The first demon was ready now with his own sword, laughing and drooling. The ankle grabber was still pulling, his claws digging in. Well, use what you have, Nathan figured. His wings roared with power, pulling him forward. With incredible strength and perfect timing, he swung his leg in a high, sweeping kick, giving the ankle grabber a thrilling ride until Nathan brought him down with skull-crunching force on his partner. They were out. There went the imp with the letter. Nathan shot sideways and caught him in the belly. The legs drifted to the floor while the imp dissolved. Nathan caught the letter, made a quick search, then slam-dunked it into the right mailbag. It would go out on the next truck. As for the demons, Nathan knew there could be trouble. Some of them had gotten away with the knowledge of this letter. In the sealed conference room at Evans, Santinelli, Farnsworth, and McCutcheon, Santinelli hung up his private line and looked across the table at the anxious Mr. Cool. Mr. Cool, I've just been given some good news. You'd better gather your choice personnel. That good news went out through the demonic ranks like a shock wave, and as Destroyer flew up through the roof of the law office building to gather his hordes, he suddenly found he had all the friends and yay-saying lackeys he needed to finish the job, especially the demons from Broken Birch. They were swarming in from every sector of the sky, whooping and hollering, wanting to be a part of this glorious moment. I knew it, he gloated, and with no small measure of relief. I knew it would work. Our Judas has come through at last, and now Sally Rowe will have her Gethsemane. We will take her. Then he added under his breath, and I will throw her as a gift into the strongman's face. The demons were muttering, nodding, and rumbling their approval and admiration. This motley, bloodthirsty swarm needed to be brought to order. Destroyer soared into the sky where every gleaming yellow eye could see him, and waved his glowing red sword in wide circles to get their attention. Most of them settled down and listened. The others were too busy hooting, hollering, and sparring. Forces. Destroyer called. His 12 captains converged immediately. We need to weed this garden and select the best. Choose warriors for our mission, and send the rabble to Summit. Let the strong man put 'em to work. The captains soon had the spirits thoroughly sifted. The best warriors stood ready, swords gleaming. The pranksters, imps, and harassers were ordered to Summit, and left with much grumbling. Destroyer was satisfied. He addressed the great horde. We will prepare the way for Broken Birch. Death to the woman! Death to the woman! They shouted as one, and with an explosion of wings they rushed into the sky. From miles away, Tal, Nathan, and Armith saw the demons rise like a swarm of shrieking, whooping bats over Chicago, heading south. This was an armada of death for Sally Rowe, a black cloud of doom. Tal had received Nathan's news about Sally's last letter. Then it's going to be a day late. Our fire is delayed, and Sally will soon be in their hands. Can we stop them? Asked Armith. Tal shook his head. Everything is in motion now. We're committed. We do have warriors posted to monitor everything, Nathan assured his captain. But Destroyer will take her, Tal replied, his voice weakened with the pain of it. And he will do what he wants with her. Marshall no sooner got back from his trip to the post office for stamps than he was out again, this time heading for Judy's secretary, adequately baited by Bernice and her maddening flair for suspense. To hear Bev Cole tell it, the fate of the world depended on Marshall picking up whatever Bernice was going to fax to him. Sally Rowe remained in her musty little room at the Caravan Motel, sitting in the only chair, reading from a Gideon Bible. Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? She read. I am convinced that neither death nor life, neither angels nor demons, neither the present nor the future, nor any powers, neither height nor depth, nor anything else in all creation, will be able to separate us from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus our Lord. She closed her eyes, gave thanks, and kept reading, just waiting hour by hour in her little room. Marshall pulled into the small parking area in front of Judy's secretarial. Well, was anybody there? The lights were on inside, but there was no sign of Judy. That looked like a note taped over the open sign hanging in the window. He got out to have a look. Outside Chicago, 2 cars turned off the main thoroughfare, came down 1 block, and slowed long enough for the people inside to get a good look at the Caravan Motel. So this is the Caravan, said Mr. Cool, giving the old motel a quick once-over. Row isn't operating on much of a budget. What a dump, said one of Cool's 3 favorite killers, a young, wiry woman with long, blonde hair who could have passed for a college student. The Caravan Motel was no joy to behold. Long ago, before the freeways diverted all the interstate traffic, this place probably did a profitable and respectable business in housing weary travelers for the night. Now times had changed, the 14 little cabins were run down, the lawn had surrendered to weeds, and most of the business here was probably the disreputable kind. "Which cabin is she in?" asked a tall, youthful-looking man. He'd gotten within a knife's blade of Sally Rowe on the bent knife, and he was looking forward to a longer, more satisfying encounter. 14, said Cool, right on the end near the road. "We won't have to pass any of the other rooms. She's making it easy." Cool parked the car just past the motel, and the other car pulled in behind. Altogether, 8 people got out of the 2 cars. Cool gave the 4 men from the second car a slight nod, and they scattered immediately up and down the street, covering every avenue of escape from the motel. "Okay, babe," said Cool, "check and make sure." The young woman went ahead of them, walking into the motel office. Cool and the other 2 just stood on the sidewalk, talking and looking casual. She came out again, and pointed discreetly at number 14. "Let's go," said Cool. "Oh, hi," said Judy. "Been waiting long?" "No, not long," said Marshall. "About 10 minutes, I guess." He'd seen the little note she'd taped in the window. "Back in 10 minutes. Had to get a new typewriter ribbon. I can hardly read my letters anymore." She had a small sack in her hand, which meant her trip must have been successful. "I think I have a fax waiting for me." "Oh yeah, you do." Judy unlocked the door and let him in. "It came in not too long ago. I think I put it. Let me see, where did I put it?" The young blonde knocked on the door to number 14. Sally tensed, closed her eyes, and prayed a quick prayer. Then she rose from her chair and approached the door. "Yes, maid," said the woman. Judy finally found the sheet of paper that had come out of the fax machine. Marshall took it and thanked her. Now this looked familiar. It was even disappointing. Hadn't he told Bernice he'd already seen the curriculum? What was the big deal? All the way over here to Judy's for this. But what was Bernice's note at the top? She'd written it in bold marker pen. "Okay, just a minute," Sally said, and looked around the room one last time. She was ready. She went to the door and put her hand on the knob. "Marshall," said Bernice's note, "have you seen this? Call me." From the note, a huge arrow drawn with a white-tipped marker pen bled down the page to a glaring circle at the bottom. Within that circle was the name of the curriculum's author, its real author. Sally Beth Rowe. Wham! The door burst open and almost caught Sally across the face. Cool was all over her, then 2 more blurred figures. Arms grappled and grabbed, the room spun around her, she fell to the floor, her face smacking the worn carpet. A sharp knee gouged into her back, pinning her down so hard she thought her ribs would crack. They grabbed her arms and twisted them behind her until she cried out in pain, then bound them with loop upon loop of tight, cutting rope. AAW. Cool grabbed a fistful of her hair and wrenched her head up from the carpet. She couldn't breathe. He held a glimmering, silver knife to her throat. "Make a sound, and this goes in." She closed her mouth tightly, trying to contain the cries of pain and terror she just couldn't help. The room was full of people, searching every corner, every drawer, under the mattress, dumping out her duffel bag, going through all her possessions. "You know what we're looking for," said Kull right into her ear. He grabbed one of her bound hands and forced her index finger open. "Tell us where the ring is and where those rosters are, or I start cutting." "If I tell you, you'll just run off with them yourself," said Sally. "The knife came against the base, sent you. Turn me over to them." The knife remained in place. Sally blurted, "You want to get paid, don't you?" The knife stayed where it was. Kull's grip on her finger never loosened. She could feel the edge of that knife against her skin, and she prayed while an eternity passed. Destroyer stood in the room, not at all willing to lose the prize once he had found it. "Take her to Summit," he said to Kull. Kull leaned over Sally, longing with every fiber of his being to run his knife through her heart. He hesitated, breathing hard. Destroyer put his hand on his sword. "You will take her to Summit, to the strong man, and you will do it now." After the longest, most agonizing moment, for no apparent reason, Kull took away the knife and let her finger go. Sally thought she would faint. She was close to vomiting. "Get her up." She was snatched from the floor in an instant by no less than 4 huge thugs, and held tightly, unable to move. Now she could see Kull's face leering at her, the eyes full of hate. Demon eyes. Slap. His hand felt like iron across her jaw, cheek, and nose. She almost blacked out. Warm blood began to trickle from her nose and down over her mouth. Kull grabbed a fistful of her hair again and held his knife right under her nose. "We're going to take you to our friends. They are going to get the whole package right in their laps, and listen to me now, you'd better give them everything they want when they want it, because I will be right they want, they are going to give you to me. To me, understand? I will cooperate. Not a sound from you. Not a sound." Kull looked at her with all the lust and murderous intent of the devil himself, and then gave the order. "Let's go." The young blonde woman stuffed everything Sally owned into Sally's duffel bag, and a thug grabbed it up. In broad daylight, like a gruesome parade, Kull led his band of rogues and their captive, bound with rope and her nose still bleeding, out of number 14 into the street. Sally could see some curtains cracked open across the courtyard, but no one dared show their face. Even the owner of the place, an ugly, chain-smoking woman in her 50s, caught just a glimpse of them and then turned away, being careful to mind her own business. They took Sally to the first car, shoved her into the backseat between 2 men. One of them was the young knife wielder she'd met at Bentmore, and drove away unhurried, unhampered, and unchallenged. The caravan motel was almost invisible under a crawling, hissing swarm of evil spirits. Every person in every building was motivated by fear, self-interest, and even self-delusion. No, they didn't see anything. It wasn't what it looked like, it just seemed that way. It wasn't their problem. A lot of that kind of thing happened around places like this, so what? Destroyer and his 12 key warriors flew just above the 2 automobiles, wary and braced for any angelic resistance. The resistance never came. They did see some heavenly warriors, but the warriors made no moves against them. They were intimidated by the great demonic numbers, no doubt. "Ha!" Destroyer laughed, elbowing his closest warrior. "What did I say? Their strength is gone. Tal has no more numbers to boast in," and he was delighted with his own craftiness. "I do believe," under their noses. As the 2 automobiles turned onto the main thoroughfare and sped away, many of Nathan's prize warriors were on hand to watch, hiding in the shadows, crouching behind trees, parked cars, and houses. They kept a close watch, but they did not intervene. The word had spread quickly and clearly among them all. This was Destroyer's moment, and Captain Tal's biggest risk ever. Out on the interstate, a U.S. Mail truck sped along, heading southward from Chicago toward the easy rolling hills of the Midwest and the quaint little college town of Ashton. On board, in a mailbag, just a little dirty and wrinkled by now, was that letter addressed to Bernice Kruger. Marshall was impatient, and that made him anxious, and that made him irritable. Ben Cole just kept pacing around the house trying to think of what else to do. Kate sat next to Marshall at the dining room table, flipping through all their accumulated files for any information Marshall might need, and Bev Cole just kept watching it all and praying softly. Lord Jesus, we need you now. Marshall was on the phone with John Harrigan, a friend and contact with the FBI. Oh yeah, she wrote it, all right. I got back to my reporter, and she'd already gotten back to this Cliff Bingham guy, and he verifies the edition he found was recent, published only 2 years ago. Marshall rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. This conversation wasn't bringing results fast enough. So that means the curriculum the school gave to us was doctored. Sally Rowe's name was deleted and substituted by 2 other names, and that fits right in with the cover-up I told you about. No, I don't have a case yet. I thought you guys were the ones who are supposed to investigate these things. Well, I'm close, real close, and I do think it's something for you guys to handle. The Omega Center's in Fairwood, Massachusetts, and Sally Rowe was almost murdered clear over here in Bacon's Corner, for crying out loud. Now is that across state lines or what? More talk from the other end. All right, listen, he got an objection. Come on, I'll owe you one. Just remember that lead I got you in that cocaine operation. Marshall grabbed his pen. Goodman. He got several numbers, said goodbye, and hung up. Everyone in the house converged on him. Well, what did he say? He'll be on call. I've got phone numbers to reach him at work, at home, at church, and I've also got his paging service, so he's covered. But what he's waiting for is some firm information to justify the FBI getting involved. Ben was indignant. What's wrong with all that stuff you gave him? It was enough to make him interested, but not enough to make him stick his neck out. What about Wayne Corrigan? Kate answered, I left a message at his office. He'll get what we have. Oh Lord Jesus, protect Sally Rowe, said Bev. Gilo had returned to his post in the mountains above the picturesque town of Summit, and though the surroundings were as strikingly beautiful as ever, the invisible evil was even worse. Educators, statesmen, jurists, entertainers, corporate moguls, and financiers from all over the world were gathering just a mile up the valley from Summit at the Summit Institute for Humanistic Studies. Their semi-annual conference was just getting underway, and as these global planners gathered, demon lords and warriors of the most conniving sort gathered with them, filling the valley with a swirling, sooty, steadily thickening cloud of spirits. The demons hovered, hooted, sparred, and jostled, more numerous, riotous, and cocky than ever before. They are expecting a real party, said Gilo. Mr. Santinelli, kingpin of the law firm of Evans, Santinelli, Farnsworth, and McCutcheon, Mr. Goring, the Lord and Administrator of the Summit Institute for Humanistic Studies, and Mr. Steele, the ruthless ruler of the Omega Center for Educational Studies, were together again, back the memory of their last meeting at Omega, when things were not so rosy. They could recall the indignation of having to endure the very presence of that most undesirable of personalities, Mr. Cool, and, of course, at that time Sally Rowe was still at large. Now they clinked their glasses together in a toast of victory. Indeed, with the news that came in earlier today, things were definitely different. To the future, said Santinelli. To the future, echoed Goring and Steele. They sipped from their drinks, smacked their lips, and even allowed themselves a chuckle or two. As they relaxed into Goring's soft couch and easy chair, Santinelli addressed the pressing matters before them. I've sent our private jet to bring Mr. Cool and his personnel. They should arrive here with the prize in a matter of hours. Have you ever met her? Asked Steele. Goring and Santinelli exchanged glances. Not I, said Goring, but I'm looking forward to it. Santinelli agreed. An outrageous fish story can never compare to actually seeing the fish hauled in. Actually, I'm impressed that Cool was able to restrain himself and deliver her to us alive. Goring spoke with great anticipation. I'll be fascinated to meet her. I have many questions, to be sure. Oh, said Santinelli, we'll all have questions for her, serious questions. Any word on the ring or the rosters? Asked Steele. None. But with Sally Rowe in our custody, I can't imagine that will be a problem. Goring cautioned, but just remember, about our present business would be quite distasteful to most of them, I'm sure, so our guests must never know about it. Agreed. And I have instructed Cool to preserve Rowe's appearance, just in case she may be seen by someone. Now, said Goring, there is that other matter that we discussed of course, said Santinelli, the whole matter of Cool in particular and Broken Birch in general. Said Steele, nodding. I've thought about that too. Now that they're in bed with us, they won't stop until they control the bed. I've consulted with Mr. Evans and Mr. Farnsworth, and they have some of their best people looking into it. If we move carefully, and lay a thoroughly thought-out plan, we could accumulate some damning evidence against Broken Birch while keeping ourselves clean. Evans and Farnsworth are quite sure that the whole lot of them can be arrested for crimes totally unrelated to our enterprise. Goring smiled and nodded. Excellent. I've already consulted with my board, and they think such a plan would be feasible. We'll be able to call in some favors from our corporate and governmental resources, and I'm sure they'll be most willing to see what we want them to see and to look the other way when it would be worthwhile. Then we must proceed on this without delay, said Santinelli. Cool and Broken Birch have finally done their job, but upon delivery of Sally Rowe we must erase any association with them. Goring added, any memory of them in any circles, if we can help it. Santinelli raised his glass. I'll drink to that. And so they did. The van had been driving along the winding, climbing, meandering highway for what seemed hours, and Sally finally nodded off, her chin on her chest, sitting between two of the four surly, burly escorts that came with Cool and herself on the plane. The flight had lasted several hours. It was night. She looked a little better. At least Cool figured she couldn't escape from a flying jet plane, and, reciting Santinelli's order to preserve Rowe's appearance, untied her and let her use the cramped little washroom to wash the dried, caked blood from her mouth and chin, change from her blood-stained shirt to a clean but sadly wrinkled blouse, and brush out her hair. She looked a little better, for a totally exhausted, manhandled, soon-to-die fugitive. They were heading into the mountains, through tall forests of pine and fir that became monotonous after a while. Sally slept fitfully, jolting awake every few moments, but only long enough to see more trees going by the window, and then she would nod off again. Some time later, she didn't know how much later, she awoke to morning light. The van was slowing down. Cool and his cohorts were looking around, trying to get their bearings. They were entering a village. Cool, sitting in the front passenger seat, turned around to tell her, "Welcome to Summit." Sally rubbed the sleep from her eyes and looked out the windows at a quaint-looking little town surrounded on all sides by snow-covered, sawtoothed peaks and thick, unblemished forests. Out the left window, just above the A-framed roofs of some ski lodges, the morning sun turned a distant waterfall into golden tinsel. Out the right window, through a gap in the small inns and storefronts, the mountainside dropped sharply away to a flower-strewn alpine meadow. Patches of snow still remained everywhere, dripping and glistening in the low-angled sunlight. Why have we come here? Sally wondered. It hardly seemed the setting for such gruesome business, and people like Cool and his bunch just didn't fit at all. But then again, maybe they did. Sally began to notice some of the establishments and institutions in this village. She began to read some of the signs. Taoist Retreat Center, Valley Tibetan Project and Monastery, Temple of Ananta, Library and Archives of Ancient Wisdom, Native American School of Traditional Medicine, Agabo, Babaji Ashram, Mother's Temple Shrine of Shiva, the Children of Diana, Temple to the Divine Universal Mother, the House of Bel, the Sacred and Royal Order of the Nation. She leaned toward the window. The big escort put his ham-sized palm in her chest and shoved her back. She twisted and looked out the rear windows as the building passed. The Sacred and Royal Order of the Nation. The little gargoyle snarled at her from the front door of the black stone temple and from the building's facade. She could just hear it screeching, "Welcome to Summit." Destroyer had followed the hunting party clear from Chicago, and now, as the van came through the valley and entered the village, he was going to milk this moment for all it was worth. He dropped from the sky, alighted on the roof of the van, and stood there, his sword held high in victory, his wings trailing like banners behind him, his 12 captains forming his honor guard. Driving under the thick mantle of spirits was like entering a dark tunnel under a towering mountain. On every side, and thousands of feet above, demons cheered and waved their swords in a thunderous display of admiration. Destroyer reveled in his victory and newfound fame. These vile hordes once ignored him, mocked him, cared not to know his name. Now listen to them. Let the strong man listen to them. A better announcement of his arrival could not be asked for. Gilo turned at the sound of wings behind him. The captain had arrived. The cheers of the demons echoing out of the valley could only be for one reason. "They've brought her," Gilo reported. Both he and Tal stayed low among the trees with their warriors. The swarm of demons below was nothing to tangle with before the right time. Gilo pointed. "There. That blue van just entering the Summit Institute." They could see it only intermittently, as small as a grain of sand, appearing through the thinner parts of the demonic swarm and then disappearing again. It reappeared just long enough for them to watch it turn off the thin, grey ribbon of highway and slip out of sight under the mantle of spirits covering the Summit Institute. "Well, now she's alone," said Tal. "We can't break through that." "What about the fire you were going to start?" Gilo asked. "If ever we needed something to happen, it is now." Tal shook his head. "It will be a day late. For now, all we can do is wait for Nathan's signal and hope it comes soon." The semi-annual Global Consciousness Conference was getting underway, so the van's driver had to drive up and down the large, black-topped parking lot several times before he could find an empty parking place. Sally spent that time observing the Summit Institute for Humanistic Studies. It reminded her a lot of the Omega Center, except that it was newer and the architecture more modern. Stone was an abundant building material around here, and so was used in the construction of the offices, lecture halls, walkways and gardens. True to their religious devotion to Mother Earth, the designers of the campus did not supplant the natural environment, but let the campus merge with it, almost hiding it among the trees, rocks, and hilly terrain. The hour was still early, so there were no people out walking. How fortunate for Sally's captors. Cool turned to Sally, holding up his knife as a reminder. "All they paid me to do is deliver you here. If you get cut up in the parking lot, it's your fault and not my problem, understand?" She nodded. "Let's get her into Goring's place." An observer standing at a distance would have thought an important dignitary had arrived and was now surrounded by Secret Service agents. Sally was barely visible within the tight cluster of bodies that formed outside the van's side door and then began. Right now they were passing through an expansive, meticulously arranged herb garden with sculptured hedges, stone pathways, and eye-pleasing reflection pools. In the middle of a carpet of moss, one lone man sat almost naked in the early morning cold, eyes shut, legs crossed in the lotus position, totally entranced. Leaving the herb garden, they rounded a corner, followed a narrow, natural stone stairway with tall evergreen hedges on either side, and then broke out into the open. To the right, the ground dropped away into a natural amphitheater, and beyond the amphitheater, a heart-stopping view of the mountains spread wider and higher than the eye could take in. In the center of the amphitheater, a sizable group of people stood in neat, concentric semicircles around a blazing fire pit, chanting, droning, and tossing flowers, grain, and fruit into the fire. On a small platform at the head of the circle, gawking down into the fire as if mesmerized by it, 7 stone deities received the offerings and worship of these adoring early risers, while a gaunt, white-haired woman in a yellow robe sang a haunting song in Sanskrit. Sally remembered the song and still knew some of the words, even though she hadn't heard it in 10 years. She couldn't remember all the names of the 7 little deities, but they were secondary gods anyway. This ceremony was to invoke the blessing of the Universal Mother first of all, and secondly to appease these 7 dwarfs. Then she caught a glimpse of some of the faces as they lifted toward the morning sun. No, there was Mrs. Denning from the Omega Center, and 2 of the Omega faculty. And was that Mr. Blakely, her counselor at Bentmore Teachers College. She thought she recognized his face, and then his cracking, squawking chant identified him for sure. Close to the fire, her face washed with red light, was Christelsong, a witch, scholar, and mother of 4 from the West Coast. She and Sally had worked together on a holistic preschool program. Quite a homecoming for us all, she thought. On the highway to Ashton, the mail truck continued to roll along, right on schedule. The morning mail shipment would be at the Ashton post office. They were whirring and rushing along above the highway, keeping pace with the truck and eyeing it curiously. The spirit leading him had been in a terrible fight. His wings were tattered, his flight was wobbly, and his face was misshapen. This time, he slurred, "We won't let any heavenly warrior stop us. Destroyer will reward us," said another. "We will stop the truck and get that letter." They swept their wings tightly behind their shoulders and dropped like torpedoes toward the truck, cutting through the thin layers of morning mist, the wind whistling through their wings and whiskers. This should be easy enough. They could foul the engine, break the steering, flatten a tire. They could light swords. Warriors. The truck was full of them. Nathan shot into the air and met the battered demon. "You again," they both said. The demon dissolved into red smoke. Nathan spun to take out another one. Armith tore 3 spirits apart with one sword swipe, and then spun in a blur to bash 2 more with his heel. A dozen warriors had burst out of the truck and now swirled around it, swatting and hacking. Their picnic ruined, the remaining spirits fled like flies and the truck kept rolling. The saints were on their knees. The division was fading. Mark had devoted multiplied hours of his time and large measures of his personal concern to healing and restoring the hurting and wounded among his flock, steadily, prayerfully undoing the tangled mess that Destroyer and his hordes had created in the church. It had taken some real breaking, some repenting, some forgiving on all sides, but it happened, and was still happening, one heart at a time. The Jessops were so hurt and dismayed that it took careful, loving appeals from the Walroths for them to come back into fellowship. Judy Waring was carrying a lot of bitterness against the likes of Donna Hemphill who had used her and her mouth to hurt God's people. But she had to admit that it was, after all, her mouth and her heart, and she started her turnabout with those 2 areas or her life. Every one of them had to totally reevaluate their opinion of Tom Harris, and they were still in that process even as they prayed. It wasn't an easy restoration for any of them, but in the face of their revealed enemy they had a clear choice. Rejoin God's army and fight the evil that was even now destroying them, their families, and their Christian faith, or proceed with being destroyed. They rejoined the army, with a vengeance. The angels kept quiet, stayed low, and didn't talk much as they secretly placed themselves at strategic points around the country, waiting for Tal's brushfire to start. Mota the Polynesian and Cygna the Oriental had many points to cover all around the Bacon's Corner area, but they now had more than enough warriors, so carefully, methodically they covered them. Turga, the tender-egoed prince of the town, was getting edgy about the sudden tide of prayer coming from the reunited saints, but so far he did not sense the activity all that prayer was bringing about. Besides, he'd heard the news from the powers above him. The woman had been captured. The danger was over. Cree the Native American and C the East Indian had returned once again to the Omega Center for Educational Studies, and were now planting angelic warriors like explosive charges in just the right places all around the campus. It was tedious, dangerous work, the greatest danger being discovery. While they crawled along or under the ground, moved under the surface of the lake, stole from tree to tree, or spent hours totally motionless under rocks, boats, or buildings to avoid discovery, they could always see Barkett, the Prince of Omega, soaring to and fro, his eyes everywhere, laughing and exulting in any progress made in the classes and workshops, then growling and spitting at any clumsy moves by his demons or by his puppet people below. He was still very much in charge and ruling his demon hordes with an iron hand. Now that the woman was captured, he felt no fears or worries at all, and obviously planned on remaining at his post forever. On the surface, Bentmore University looked like the same old red brick, permanently established alma mater it had always been, and classes were in full swing as usual. In the spirit realm, however, Corruptor, Bentmore's rotund master of disinformation and fleshly indulgence, moved like a blimp over the campus, seeking out any damage the school may have incurred from that recent, violent exchange with Heaven's warriors. Destroyer was nothing but a status-anxious worrywart. Damage. There was none to speak of. Professor Lynch had been a bit ill lately, but he was getting old anyway, and there were plenty more where he came from. With the woman captured, the future was wide open. Across the river, atop the North American Can Company, Jim and the European and Scion of the British Isles were back, hiding behind one of the factory's many ventilator stacks. Things looked quiet at Bentmore right now, but when Tal's brushfire started, there would be noise enough. Chimman and Scion were looking for hiding places and sending troops to fill them. The warehouse by the river could hold a myriad or so. The wharf on the Bentmore side would also serve very well, being closer to the campus. The troops moved silently and quickly. One false move, one ill-timed glint of light, could endanger them all. At every point along Sally's journey, at every stronghold of Satan, the angels moved into position and then waited for the signal. But they all knew they were waiting longer than expected. In the peaks above Summit, Tal and Gilo watched and listened for any hint of what might be happening inside. Behind them, a hidden army lay in waiting, ready. "Any time now," Tal said more than once. "Any time." In purely a physical sense, Mr. Goring's chalet was an inviting A-frame, a ski lodge or mountain getaway. In a spiritual sense, it was a churning, frothing hornet's nest of evil, and Sally could feel it even before her captors led her through the front door. She knew she was being watched from every direction. She could discern the oppressive, smothering hate that covered the place like a leaden fog. Destroyer was already in the chalet, shoving his way into the living room, brushing aside the strongman's demons and attendants with rude boldness. Into the strongman's lair he went, strutting down a narrow aisle formed by two straight lines of demon lords from all over the world, until finally he stood in the presence of the strongman. "My Baal," he said loudly, with a rather showy bow, "I bring to you Sally Beth Rowe." The strongman had heard the demonic cloud in an uproar, and now he could see Cool and his party bringing Sally Rowe to the front door. He nodded in carefully measured approval. So you have. The demon lords raised their swords to begin a cheer. The strong man growled, his arms outstretched. Hold. They froze and stared at him. First we will see if there is anything to cheer about. The heavy plank door closed behind Sally and her captors. They were standing in Mr. Goring's spacious, comfortable living room. At one end was a massive stone fireplace. At the other end, a wall of glass brought in the mountains. The open beam ceiling soared above them to the roof's apex, and from the massive ridge beam, rustic iron chandeliers hung on long chains. 3 men rose from their places by the fire. Sally recognized Mr. Steele, and it was obvious by his satisfied grin that he recognized her. It was Goring who ordered, "Bring her here and sit her down." Cool was after some glory. He grabbed Sally's arm and pulled her forward, keeping her constantly off balance, then, with a cruel grip that bruised her arm, flung her down into a sofa. "With gentlemen," he said arrogantly, "I bring to you Sally Beth Rowe." The 3 men stood before her, staring at her with great interest. The gray-haired man with the perfectly trimmed beard and the bone necklace looked at the tall, silver-haired executive type, and then both of them looked at Mr. Steele. "This is she," said Steele. "Well done, Mr. Cool. We will settle our account with you immediately. However, if you are agreeable, we may still have need of your services." Cool smiled, giving Sally a leering, sideways glance. "It would be my pleasure." "Then please remain for a time, you and your staff. We'll try to settle this business as quickly as we can. Take your time." With Sally placed securely on the sofa and under capable guard, the 3 gentlemen relaxed and took their seats, the 2 older men in another sofa facing Sally, and Mr. Steele in a large easy chair between the 2 sofas, facing the fire. Steele opened the conversation. "Sally, let me introduce my 2 friends." He indicated the man with the perfectly trimmed beard. "This is Mr. Emil Goring, presently Director of Finance of the Mansville Association, an international humanitarian and environmental think tank and mobilizer of global projects. He's a major stockholder and director in over 40 global corporations dealing in oil, gas, transportation, exports, mining, and so forth." Sally looked toward Goring, who nodded back at her with a grim but still fascinated expression. Steele wanted to be sure Sally was impressed. Consequently, what Mr. Goring desires to do, he has the means to do. He and his associates are major contributors and underwriters for such endeavors as the Summit Institute. This here at all if not for their efforts. The other gentleman is Mr. Carl Santinelli, senior partner at Evans, Santinelli, Farnsworth, and McCutcheon, one of the most powerful law firms in the country and, in a sense, the flagship of the AGFA. He is a man of great causes in law and jurisprudence, a legal activist of the highest order, and definitely not a man to be tampered with. Sally looked at Santinelli, and got a cold, probing stare back. Then Mr. Steele turned to Goring and Santinelli. "Mr. Goring and Mr. Santinelli, I introduce to you Ms. Sally Beth Rowe, former Director of Primary Curriculum Resources at the Omega Center for Educational Studies, convicted murderer, former convict, production worker at the Bergendorf factory, and most recently, vagabond." Goring and Santinelli continued to study her as if looking upon a real oddity. Steele relaxed in his chair and studied her himself. "It has been quite an adventure, hasn't it?" "It has," she answered. "I see your hair roots are beginning to grow out. I do miss seeing your fiery red hair. And since when do you wear tinted glasses?" She sighed and removed them, rubbing her tired eyes. "All a disguise, of course." Then she bitterly admitted, "and quite futile." "Quite futile," Steele agreed. "But you do understand, don't you, why we had to track you down?" The question angered her. "It is my impression, Mr. Steele, that you and your associates want me dead, and I would like to know why." "Oh, come now," said Santinelli. "A person of your brilliance and experience should have no trouble seeing how much you are in our way. As for that initial attempt on your life, we will not mince words. It was a blunder, an unfortunate fiasco perpetrated by some incompetents who thought they would please us. We were not pleased. Killing you in such a way was never our original intent. So what was your original intent? Santinelli smiled. Our original intent was the lawsuit against the Good Shepherd Academy in Bacon's Corner, your current town of residence. Your stumbling into the middle of our project was a total surprise to all of us. Sally needed to confirm what she thought. You are the people ultimately responsible for the lawsuit against that Christian school. Santinelli nodded. Lucy Brandon first contacted our local AGFA affiliate, the affiliate contacted the state chapter contacted us, and we decided the case could prove profitable. We immediately put our strength and influence behind it. But not for the child Amber's sake, of course. Santinelli exchanged a glance with the others. This woman was as sharp as steel had said she was. Obviously you have no illusions about our concern for the safety, rights, and welfare of children, especially since the AGFA regularly defends the interests of child pornographers and molesters. He sat back with his chin high, tapping his fingertips together, watching her eyes for a response. She forced one corner of her mouth to stretch upward and nodded. As you may well imagine, the real object of that lawsuit is not the awarding of damages to the plaintiff, but legal precedent, the molding and shaping of law, even the rewriting of law, through an ideal test case. Steele contributed, Ms. Rowe is quite familiar with our agenda for social change through state-controlled public education. She was a major contributor to that effort at one time. Santinelli nodded, impressed. So you do realize how great a deterrent to our cause the Christians are as long as they are allowed to raise and educate their own children according to their biblical beliefs. Even before your years at Omega, we were seeking legislation and legal precedent that could be used to stifle that deterrent. It's taken this long for that to develop. But Santinelli indulged in the same smile and continued, the latest legislation for our use was the Federal Daycare and Private Primary School Assistance Act, and the Munson-Ross Civil Rights Act, each a rather muddled stack of laws that, as we had hoped, would require testing and clarification in the courts. The Good Shepherd Academy case seemed tailor-made for that purpose. It not only involved federal funds spent in a Christian school, and therefore government intervention and control, but also included the useful, inflammatory child abuse angle, something we could use to incite support in the media and in the public mind, getting them all on our side regardless of the real issues. And that, of course, was the object. With the public outraged and preoccupied with the protection of innocent children, we would be seen as no less than champions for children in establishing through case law the right and duty of the state to control religious education. He couldn't resist a laugh of delight. Even after the initial trauma, real or concocted, against the child fades into the past and is forgotten, the laws will still be on the books, and the government firmly planted within the walls of the church. As you yourself taught and were taught, once such control of religious instruction is established, the methodical, gradual elimination of religious instruction altogether is only a matter of time. And then such people as you once were will have tremendous, far-reaching power to control and mold every segment of the next generation without resistance. Sally nodded. She'd learned this catechism. Goring picked up the narrative. Well, it did look promising, of course. But that was before you happened along. You can imagine what a shock it was to learn you were out of prison and living in the very town where we'd brought the lawsuit. Worse than that was the way we found out. Our little prize, the very child in question, supposedly the pristine, totally innocent victim of Christian bigots and abusers, suddenly chose to demonstrate her true colors one day in the local post office. Ah, I see you remember the incident. Of all people to witness such an outburst, it had to be you. When Mrs. Brandon brought the incident to her attorney's attention. They passed the word to us, and, knowing who you were, we saw a substantial risk that you would recognize the child's condition, especially since you wrote the very curriculum. Santinelli allowed himself a mournful chuckle. But really, we hadn't yet decided what our course of action would be before a misguided member, former member now, of our staff took matters into his own hands and secured the services of an assassin. That part you are quite familiar with, said Goring. Oh, yes, Sally answered. And that, said Santinelli, brings us to why we've all been on this merry chase. Ms. Rowe, had you died then, we could have absorbed the error and continued with our plan, none the worse for our friend's impulsiveness. He sighed. But impressive person that you are, you not only lived, but you killed the assassin and left her there to create all kinds of questions should she be found, and you made off with a ring the assassin was wearing on her finger, a ring that could eventually link the whole wicked affair with us. Sally said nothing, and tried to keep her face from saying anything. The assassin was a crafty sort. She was a paramour of that former member of our staff, and pilfered his ring, we believe, for the purpose of blackmail and manipulation. That ring could have told anyone who its owner really was. All it would take would be the securing of the nation's rosters in which all the code names are listed. Both items are now, we believe, in your possession. I'm prepared to bargain, she replied. They all stifled a laugh and exchanged glances. Steele ventured a question they all felt was unnecessary. So you are willing to relinquish the rosters and the ring in exchange for something? Just what would that be? Sally looked them all in the eye and spoke clearly. Abandon the lawsuit. Leave the Christian school alone, and let Tom Harris have his children back. This time they— and then, Goring asked, you will release the ring and rosters back to us for our disposal. We can certainly talk about it. I'm sure we can arrange something. Santinelli leaned forward. Is that a chain I see around your neck? Cool found out for sure. He forced her head sideways and grabbed at the chain, yanking it from under her blouse. The gold ring dangled on the end. With a vicious jerk that pulled her from the sofa and gouged her neck, he snapped the chain and tore it from her. She landed on the rug with a cry of pain, only to be gathered up by the thugs and flung on the sofa again. Here now, enough, said Goring. Then he pointed to her bleeding neck. Put a cloth on that. I don't want it staining the sofa. One of Cool's men placed his handkerchief around Sally's neck. Cool dangled the ring above Santinelli's palm, and then dropped it. Santinelli examined the ring. MMHM. The Ring of Fellowship in the Royal and Sacred Order of the Nation. A sacred object, to be sure. He glared at Sally. Too sacred to be in your possession and no longer in your possession. Sally held the handkerchief to her neck, stunned and deflated in her spirit and wincing from the searing pain from her wound. I see you belong to that group. Santinelli looked at the gold ring of fellowship on his own hand. Oh, the nation consists of many brothers, all in vital places, in government, in banking, on the federal bench, on college boards and regencies. You were quite familiar with Owen Bennett, of course, and I'm sure you've already read an impressive list of names from those rosters you stole. Like any other secret society, we help all our initiates get established in the right places, and we see to each other's interests, provided, of course, that each man's interests conform to the interests of the society. Apparently James Bardine's Santinelli smiled. Ah, yes, that, former member of our staff, does have a name. Then it was you who called our office. I understand our receptionist recently informed an anonymous female caller of his untimely death. He dropped the ring back and forth from hand to hand. Brotherhood is one thing, violation of sacred blood oaths of secrecy is another. He looked out the windows toward the mountains. There are some things that are best kept sealed, Ms. Ro, if you could have toured these grounds, or walked through the town of Summit and met some of the people that are here this week, you would have found many different esoteric organizations represented, as well as some very unique individuals. We're all one global family, you know, that is the unifying cry of every heart. We proclaim that idea here and everywhere, just as you yourself have proclaimed it, and we teach that all are equal. He paused for effect. But we keep to ourselves the fact that some are more equal than others, and far more fit to rule. He set the ring on the glass coffee table and then looked directly at her. I trust that now you fully appreciate what the stakes are here, how ruthless and determined we are, and how desperate your situation is. We are not here to bargain, Ms. Ro, but to put an end to the threat you pose to us. Exactly what process will be necessary to accomplish this will depend largely on yourself. He looked toward Kul. I'm sure you'll find little comfort in the fact that Mr. Kul and his 4 accomplices are members of the same secret order to which your assassin belonged, a satanic cult known as Broken Birch. They're a ruthless bunch who thrive on bloodletting, torture, human sacrifice. Quite unsavory. He looked back at Sally. Ms. Ro, we are decent men, and we desire no more discomfort for you than you may make necessary. To be blunt, your fate depends on your performance. Nathan the Arabian and his small band of sentries continued to ride shotgun in the mail truck as it drew closer and closer to Ashton. Armith the African had gathered in the crisp, scented air for a morning workshop led by a well-known recording artist. The young, blonde-haired man had his guitar along, and some songs were planned before his talk on ecology. The merging of earth and spirit. There was a certain giddiness in the group. These people had never been this close to such a famous person before, and he was not the only famous person sitting there amid the rosemary, thyme, and lamb's ears. 2 newsmaking clergymen of global stature were also in attendance, as well as a director of mystical science fiction films whose name was a household word and whose film characters were now plastic toys in every kid's room in this country and abroad. The blonde singer strummed his guitar, and they all began to sing one of his well-known ballads. The moment was magical. The demons among them were enjoying it as well. Such worship and attention as they were now receiving was like getting a good back rub, and they even twitched and squirmed with delight at every bar of the song's carefully shaded double meanings. Ha! What was that? The demons twisted their heads around to look toward a disturbance. 2 demonic warriors were gliding in over the top of the Goring pavilion, apparently heading for Goring's chalet. They carried between them the drooping, limp form of a battered demon, still whimpering and wailing in agony. With a soft, rustling sound, they passed right over the herb garden and then disappeared beyond the tall evergreen hedge. The demons in the herb garden fidgeted, stirred, and muttered to each other. What was that? Who was that? What has happened? Some psychics were in attendance, and the demons attached to their brains were just as stirred up as the others. The psychics could immediately sense it. The blonde man even stopped the song. What is it? A disturbance, said a woman attorney and psychic. Yes, said a 5th grade teacher, his eyes closed. Some kind of bad energy. Something's wrong somewhere. In the chalet, Destroyer was relishing the entire conversation, as was the strongman, though the strongman was getting impatient. Why wait so long? He growled. Make her talk, and then finish her. The plan is waiting. Destroyer, came a gravelly voice outside the building. It was one of Destroyer's henchmen. A warrior brings news. Not now. Destroyer barked, wanting to watch what happened to the woman. Go, said the strongman. He went, ducking outside the chalet to hear from a most pitiful-looking spirit. What happened to you? The demon sat on his haunches on the ground, his wings spread like tattered black tarpaulins, wrinkled, limp, and full of holes. His head was battered, and he braced himself to keep from falling over. We attacked a mail truck on its way to Ashton. Destroyer stooped low. Ashton, you say. The demon started to topple. Destroyer grabbed him by the neck and jerked him upright. Did you say Ashton? The demon slurred a faint answer. Ashton. A letter is bound for Ashton, and the host of heaven guard it. Destroyer shot a glance into the chalet. The strongman was still watching the interrogation of Sally Rowe. He was still impatient. He wanted results. If he didn't get results, and fast, then motioned to his captains who gathered around him. There is a letter bound for Ashton, guarded by the host of heaven. They do not guard it for nothing. His face crinkled grotesquely at the thought of it. Sally Rowe may have written to someone there. The captains gawked at each other. Well, Destroyer demanded. Did you hear me? Single quote. Ashton, exclaimed one. We can't go back there, said another. Destroyer shushed them with a quick gesture. Just look into it, and do it quietly. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about, just one little letter. They looked back and forth at each other. Which of us should go? They wondered. Destroyer held back a scream and hissed instead, how about all of you? And take some spare warriors with you. They all went, gathering as many demon troublemakers as wished to go. Destroyer hurried back into Goring's chalet. The strongman was intently listening to Sally's interrogation and didn't ask what the interruption was about. Destroyer had no intention of telling him. In Ashton, Creone and Triskel could see the mail truck entering the city limits, right on time. Unfortunately, the precious letter inside was 1 truckload and 1 day late. Triskel looked toward the west. All clear so far. Creone was not optimistic. They'll be here. Santinelli leaned back, relaxed, and with an Sally, I have always considered myself a gentleman, a man of dignity and honor, and respectful of the dignity of women. I sincerely desire an intelligent, productive dialogue with you, and I'm sure, given the alternative, you desire the same. I would prefer it, Sally admitted. Santinelli nodded. Then, having agreed on that, it might be well for us to consider your credibility as a witness against us. It seems to me that you've forgotten what you are. Sally answered simply and directly, I'm an adulteress, a baby killer, and a convicted felon. They looked uncomfortable. She'd answered that question a little too easily. I've been reminded of that constantly since the day it first happened, by 7 years of prison, by spirit tormentors, and by my own conscience. Steele said, Sally, that's a shameful and disgusting set of labels. She smiled, and that even surprised her. Actually, those labels are marvelous and beautiful because she hesitated. Goring completed her sentence. Because of the cross. She brightened at that question. Yes, Mr. Goring. I'm surprised you would know about that. Goring sneered a little. We know about a lot of things, Ms. Rowe. Sally gave that statement no reaction, but went on. I'm far from competent in Christian theology, but I do know I've met this Jesus personally, and I know I've been forgiven. Considering what my deeds were, I find that fact exhilarating, inspiring. They didn't like that answer at all. The strongman didn't like it either, and let out a roar that filled the building and set the demons stirring. He shot a sideways glance at Destroyer, who looked away. Santinelli tried to keep cool, but his face was getting a little pink. So are we to understand that you've turned to antiquated religion in one final attempt to expunge your past? He laughed derisively. That, Sally, is a marvelous delusion for the faint-hearted and weak-minded. The notion that your sins are forgiven is as much a fable as the sins themselves. You are God, Sally, you are accountable to no one. Then I should be free to go, shouldn't I? That's a side issue, said Goring with a wave of his hand, having no bearing on our present purpose. Sally, let me be blunt. Even if sins were real and this Jesus could save you from them, what you must face at this moment is that he cannot save you from us. I wouldn't presume that he should. Now Santinelli even raised his voice. Ms. Ro, I'm sure you know that this conversion of yours has placed you in even greater jeopardy. You could have done no better in assuring enmity between us, and even your own death, than by becoming a Christian. He leaned forward and with a controlled rage pointed his finger in her face. You have established yourself as a supreme enemy of this enterprise, deserving of our hatred. Just like Amber, Sally thought. Steele, Santinelli, and Goring are showing the same demon eyes, the same diabolical hatred. She acknowledged Santinelli's words. I know. The strong man could see the peace in her eyes, and it incensed him. Strike her. Santinelli slapped her across the face. You will tell us where the rosters are. What did you do with them? Creone and Triskel greeted Nathan and his warriors as the mail truck reached the Ashton post office. So, Armith followed the driver into the building and watched intently as he set the mailbag with some others on a receiving cart. Soon the mail would be removed and sorted, and that would be the most critical time of all. A sooty, motley band of imps and troublemakers, led by Destroyer's Loathsome 12, made their way toward Ashton, flying low to the ground, pouring on speed, their swords drawn, their eyes bulging with anxiety. This battle would be their last, thought the 12. It may as well be their best. At the Ashton Clarion, it was time to get the morning mail. Bernice had her coat on and her car keys in her hand, but wouldn't you know it? She no sooner put her hand on the front door knob than the phone rang, and it was Eddie from Eddie's Bakery. The guy was a paragon of pickiness. Yeah, Eddie, we can give you those 2 inches. Well, yes, for free, but that's just for a 1-month trial basis. More questions. To decide if you like it that way and if we like it that way. We've never done it, and I thought we should try it. He kept talking. She shifted her weight toward the front door. No, I think we can just blow up that coffee mug a little larger and it'll work out fine. Right, you won't have to change your logo. She made a face and rolled her eyes. Listen, why don't you talk to Cheryl about it? Yes, she knows all about it. He didn't want to talk to Cheryl. Attack. The black spirits threw fear and caution to the wind and descended on Ashton in a torrent of chaos and evil, wings roaring, sulfur streaming, blotting out the light, clashing with angelic warriors all over the town. Up and down the streets they soared, tumbling, clashing, hacking with swords of fire and heat at heaven's warriors, dashing through traffic, ambushing at corners, streaking through buildings and wreaking confusion, shrieking their war cries, fully abandoned to keeping the angels on edge, in battle, no matter what the cost, no matter what the loss. While the imps, harassers, and troublemakers stirred up the town like a whirlwind, Destroyers 12 went for that letter. Bernice got to her little Volkswagen Bug at last, but the door wouldn't open. The key wouldn't even turn in the lock. WHOOOSH. A streak of light cut across the demon who had fouled the lock. He dissolved. The key turned at last. Bernice climbed in. Down the street, the traffic light jammed on red and the cars began to back up. A small sedan eased to a stop right beside Bernice's car, and immediately a pickup rear-ended it. Both drivers climbed out of their vehicles and began to engage in a long battle of apologies. 6 angels flew abreast down 6th Avenue while 4 more dove out of the sky and shot up Miller Street. They converged in an explosive clash just above the traffic signal, hurling dissolving demon saboteurs in high arcs that created a fern of red smoke trails. The light turned green. But the traffic still wasn't moving. Thanks to the fender bender, Bernice decided to walk. Sally tried to sink deeper into the sofa, but there was no way to lessen the pain of the big thug's bruising, crushing grip on her shoulders. He was hurting her and enjoying it. Steele was speaking slowly and deliberately to make sure she heard him. At the moment she seemed rather preoccupied with her agony. I'm sure you're familiar with satanic rituals, so I shouldn't have to go into the details. Sally, we don't want to see it happen. But if we have to, we'll turn you over to Mr. Kul and his people let 'em do their worst until you tell us what we want to know." Sally was about to answer, about to say they were going to kill her anyway, but she was stopped when something happened to her eyes, as if they'd opened for the first time, as if a dark curtain had been pulled aside. Maybe the pain was causing her to hallucinate. She could see the spirits behind these men. They were towering, watered, ugly things, glaring at her with murderous hatred. Throughout her occult experiences, good and bad, she'd never seen 'em so clearly, she'd never discerned such and then she knew. She just knew, and she spoke, whether aloud in the present world or in her spirit in another dimension, she couldn't tell. "You were there. All of you were there. You gave him your worst, you killed him." That troubled the spirits. They looked at each other, indignity and outrage wrinkling their faces. "And he defeated you by dying. He won." The big, hulking spirit hovering high above bared his teeth and roared indiscernible curses at her, his wings billowing. She looked into those burning, yellow eyes, and to her great surprise she saw fear. In her spirit she laughed. "And whatever you may do to me, I've won," she cried out. She could feel all the pain again. The thug was about to break her neck. The spirits faded away with the rest of the world. She no longer saw, she no longer heard. She was sinking into a dream, into bottomless darkness. Santinelli yelled something, and the thug let her go. She thought she would float up from the couch. The pain lessened. In a moment she could see and hear again, and she realized she was almost falling over. Her shoulders were throbbing. Santinelli was saying something about killing her. Then Goring said, "The conference day is going to start. People might walk by the windows. We'd better continue this downstairs." "Wait," Sally said, and they all froze. She had their attention. She raised her head, gathered her strength and courage, and feebly muttered, "I do have an additional bargaining chip. You should know that I've corresponded on a regular basis with Tom Harris in Bacon's Corner. I've told him everything I know and everything I've done. If anything happens to me, somebody will know." Goring smiled, and reached into a briefcase beside the sofa. "Oh, you must be referring to these." By handfuls, 3 at a time, 4 at a time, 1 at a time, Goring pulled the letters from the briefcase and set them in a pile on the coffee table, giving Sally a slow, torturous revelation. When she had turned a satisfying shade of white, he continued, "We've put a great amount of preparation into our plan, and fortunately we were able to exert enough influence on the letters to us. So needless to say, Tom Harris and his friends never got them. They have no idea of your whereabouts, or what you might know." Santinelli added, "And yes, we have been watching them, and it's obvious that they have little information about you and are shooting in the dark. I would say they're getting rather desperate. But that doesn't matter now, does it? We have you, and we will deal with you as we see fit, as we find necessary." Goring pointed to the coffee table. "So, we have you, we have all your letters, we have the telltale ring. It's time we firmly dealt with those stolen rosters. Gentlemen." Suddenly she was hanging from her arms. She pushed with her feet to lessen the pain, and stood on her own. "This way," said Goring. The men of Broken Birch forced her along, taking her toward a stairway that led down into the cold, concrete belly of the chalet. Goring led the way, turning on the lights and guiding them down the winding steps. Steele followed behind, and after him Santinelli. Kul followed at the rear of the procession, reaching into his coat for his knife. Then Kul hesitated. "I'll make sure the front door's locked," he said. He went upstairs again, but passed by the coffee table to take a good look at all those letters. Excellent. There, I made it." Bernice checked her watch and found it only took about 10 minutes to walk to the post office. That wasn't so bad. Now to get that mail. High overhead, Destroyer's 12 henchmen saw her. They also saw the canopy of angels over that building. They let out a cry and dove to the battle, their wings screaming, their nostrils trailing sulfur. piercing the darkness. Whoosh! 3 of them swept 5 angelic warriors from the post office roof. For a while, 2 henchmen shot through the north wall. Nathan and Armith ducked as they passed, swatted them soundly, and sent them through the south wall. Oof! 4 more dropped through the roof and struck the angels down with bared talons. The demons got a faceful of fiery wings and then saw the swinging blades too late. Red smoke. The young male clerk carefully emptied the mailbag, sorting out the packages, envelopes, junk mail, magazines. "Hi, Al," came a call from the lobby. "Hi, Bernice. The mail's a little late." "Oh, that's okay, so am I." "Ah, here was some mail for the Clarion." He slipped it into the Clarion's box, then looked to see if there was more. 4 henchmen exploded through the wall, wings a blur, Creone and Triskel hot on their heels. A red sword swept downward. The letter fluttered to the floor. Bernice gathered all the mail out of the Clarion's box and dropped it into a shopping bag. She looked through the opening and called, "Is that it?" Al looked through the new mail that had come in. "Yeah, I think I got it all." "Okay." Bernice closed the door of the box and turned to leave. Creone took one spirit by the heel, but the thing was so strong it dragged him through the post office wall and he had to let it go. 387. Triskel took a nasty blow from one monster, slashed away at another one, and kicked a third out over the counter. Bernice didn't see the spirit sail right past her as she reached to push the door open. Nathan ducked for the letter. A black, taloned foot caught him in the chest and propelled him as high as the ceiling. 2 more spirits closed in on him. He spun, sword extended, dividing one, catching the parry of the other with a burst of sparks. Creone was back, saw the letter, and went for it. Armith covered for him, pushing 2 spirits backward, right into Nathan's blade. Creone slipped his sword under the letter and flipped it into the air. Al didn't see Creone punching 2 demons out of the mail clerk's way, but he did see the letter just coming to rest on the floor, address up. "Oh, hey, Bernice." The door was just about to close behind her. She heard him call and turned back, opening the door again and re-entering the lobby. Good. Now the warriors could concentrate on the demons. There shouldn't be too many more, just the biggest and strongest. Al handed Bernice the letter over the counter. "Kinda thick. Might be a card in there or something." Bernice's heart almost stopped when she saw the return address. S. B. Row. In Bacon's Corner, Kate handed Marshall the phone. "On your toes, Marshall," she whispered. Ben and Bev heard that and got close. "Who is it?" Marshall spoke. "The post office with Lucy Brandon. I need to talk to you." The post office lobby filled with red smoke as Triskel shot sword first right through 2 spirits and through the wall to the outside, shaking the dissolving spirits from his shoulders and wings. Bernice tore the letter open and found a post office box key inside. Box 203. Here. In this post office. She quickly scanned the letter from Sally Rowe. She may not have noticed, but she began to bounce up and down on her toes. Marshall grabbed a pen while Kate got him some paper, and he sat down at Ben and Bev's dining room table. "I'm glad you called, Debbie. I'd be happy to talk to you." "Well, I don't have that much to say. I'm on my break, over at Don's Wayside. Can we get together somewhere, sometime?" "No, I don't want to risk being seen with you. Listen, just let me tell you what I know, and then we'll pretend I never talked to you, all right?" "All right." Bernice found box 203. She could see a large stack of mail through the glass panel. She put the key in the lock, and it fit perfectly, turning the latch. "Lucy's been intercepting some mail. She's been forwarding letters that I'm sure aren't supposed to be forwarded. I've seen her doing it for weeks now, and I think Sergeant Mulligan is scaring her into doing it. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Lord God, is this it?" Marshall tried to keep his voice calm. "Okay. Do you know who the letters are for, or who they're from?" Bernice opened the mailbox door. What were these? Manila envelopes, smaller Marshall could feel his eyes getting big. And they've all been from that woman who's supposed to be dead. Marshall kept from saying the name. Debbie had to say it herself. What woman, Debbie? Do you know the name? That Rowe lady. Sally Rowe. Bernice's hands were trembling as she dug every last item out of the mailbox and stuffed it into her shopping bag. She couldn't wait to get back to the office. Nathan ducked under a violent sword thrust of one remaining beast, then came back hard and fast with his own blade. The thing backed through the wall, and Creone met it outside. Red smoke. That was the last of them. The rest of Ashton was safe as well. The attack, centered on the post office, had been met and defeated. Marshall hung up the phone gently, then leaned back in his chair, threw his head back, and let out a roar that shook the windows. He didn't know what to say, what to do, how to express how he felt, so he just hollered while Kate, Ben, and Bev tried to get him to talk. Marshall. Kate insisted. What is it? He just hollered again, raising his hands toward heaven. The phone rang again. Marshall picked it up in trembling hands. Yeah. The voice on the other end could hardly speak, and the pitch was ceiling high. Marshall, this is Bernice. Sit down whatever you do. Sally had lit the brush fire at last. Nathan was the first to have his hands free. He shot into the sky over Ashton, cutting a brilliant swath through the ebbing smoke of the battle now ending, and put a golden trumpet to his lips. The signal carried over the farmlands, over the prairies, from one end of the sky to the other. Every angelic warrior could hear it and knew what it meant. Still they waited. Not yet. First Bacon's Corner, and then the rest. They listened again. The signal from Bacon's Corner should come soon enough. At the Summit Institute, the demons heard the faraway signal, and it was unnerving, like a deeply buried memory too horrible to face. Too many of them had heard that sound before and now bore the scars that came immediately after hearing it. The strongman cocked his head around for a moment. Wait. Be still. Destroyer heard it, but didn't want to admit it. He immediately thought of his 12 henchmen and the hordes they'd led into Ashton. Wasn't that the direction the sound was coming from? Oh no. Out in the herb garden, the psychics were gasping with fear. No, no, said the demon atop the woman attorney. No, no, echoed the woman. What is it? Said the blonde singer. The demon atop the 5th grade teacher concocted an answer he didn't believe himself. The teacher echoed, it is fear and ignorance, bigotry and hatred, still rife in the land. The winds of change must blow it aside. We must stand before it and prevail. Yes, yes, they all replied. The singer strummed his guitar, and they began to sway with the melody of still another song of global peace and perfection. In Bacon's Corner, Motor and Signer burst from hiding with a shout, swords flashing, wings unfurling like the crashing of waves, white light burning like the sun. For the saints of God and for the Lamb. They shouted as the cornfields, the silos, the store buildings, the barns, the forests, the roads all around Bacon's Corner exploded with the white light of heaven's legions. Motor shouted, somewhat with glee, stand ready. We will begin with Amethyst. The sound of Nathan's trumpet was still ringing in the strongman's ears. He knew something was going wrong somewhere. Get on with this. Cut her, burn her, do what you must, but delay no longer. Cool spoke softly to the dignified, honorable, respectable men who were paying him for his services. We can make her sing loud and long. Just say, and fear. She was surrounded by Cool and his 4 cutthroats, who now brandished their implements of ritualistic torture and were all too eager to begin. Sally, to think it would ever come to this. Santinelli muttered. You should never have mentioned that name, you should never have aligned yourself with our enemies. Goring reminded him, we have much at stake here, Carl. I would say the situation forces our hand. Santinelli replied in a voice hushed by his own disgust, Section O now we have become butchers. Cool smiled. He almost laughed. No, Mr. Santinelli. You pay me to do that. I'm not as dignified and respectable as you are. I'm just a plain little rotten Satanist. The strongman gave Destroyer a shove, and Destroyer spoke quickly to Steele's mind. Steele offered, "We're talking about a commodity here. Sally Rowe's only value is in what use she is to us. Let's get that information and be rid of her." Cool did chuckle a bit this time. "How about it, Mr. Santinelli? It's your decision. Do you want her tortured?" Santinelli glared at Cool. "Do I want her tortured?" Cool smiled. He loved to see a big man like Santinelli squirm. "Okay, I'll tell you what. Add 2 extra grand to my fee and I'll pretend that it wasn't you that hired me." Then he tilted his head the other way, his eyes full of mocking. "Maybe you're still a little too Christian, huh?" "Do it," shouted the strongman. "Just do it." Sally closed her eyes and prayed. "I can't come to work." Lucy cried into the phone. "It's Amber again. She's beside herself. I'll call later." She slammed down the telephone and went after her berserk little daughter, following a trail of chaos and destruction. In the kitchen, yanked open and the contents spilled all over the floor, including the knives Lucy had tried to hide. In the dining room, the tablecloth had been yanked from the table and the azalea centerpiece now lay broken on the floor, the potting soil strewn everywhere. From the front of the house, the shrieking voice of Amethyst the pony continued to rant and rail against unseen enemies. "No, no, leave me alone. My master will destroy you. Leave me alone." Lucy ran into the living room. The coffee table was upside down, the books and magazines flung everywhere. Amethyst's voice came from the front entryway. "She is mine. I have a right to be here. Go away." Lucy ran and found her daughter cowering in the corner on the floor, her arms covering her head, screaming in fright. "Leave me alone, leave me alone," the pony screamed. Lucy stopped in her tracks and observed for a moment. Had she ever heard Amethyst frightened before? Motor and Signa stood in the entryway near Lucy, swords drawn, in full glory, their light washing out any darkness around them. In the distance, the dull thundering of angelic wings grew louder and louder, and the light of heaven's host began to stream through the windows. They had chased and cornered the imp, the teaser, the liar named Amethyst, and Amethyst was not a cute little pony. She was a small, crinkled, warty lizard with toothpick arms and legs and a dragon-like face, cowering in the same corner, her body superimposed over Amber's, her arms covering her head. "She is mine," Amethyst insisted, even pleaded. "She invited me in." Motor held his sword right under Amethyst's flaring, chugging nostrils. "Saints of, no please, N." The doorbell rang. Lucy's first thought was, "No, not now of all times. God, how can you be so cruel to me?" But she could see the outlines of her visitors through the frosted glass of the front door. She threw the door open. "Marshall and Kate Hogan." "Hi," said Marshall, "where?" Amethyst screamed, "No, go away. Go away." Then she began to curse. Lucy stepped back from the door and motioned for them to come in. "You may as well know everything." They stepped through the door. At the sight of them, Amethyst leaped to her feet, her back flat against the wall, her eyes bulging with terror. "Stay away from me. I'll kill you. I'll kill her." It took only a split second for the Spirit of God to tell them what they were facing. "You be quiet," said Marshall. Amethyst's head bumped against the wall as if she'd been thrown a punch. She glared at him through wide, glazed eyes, hissing through tightly gritted teeth like a muzzled, rabid dog. "Just stay there now, and be quiet." Kate stood by Lucy and held her. Lucy clung to her without reserve. "Amethyst?" Kate asked. Lucy nodded. Marshall and Kate couldn't help staring. This was the initial cause of it all. The lawsuit, the heartache, with this imp now trembling and cowering before them. It was like isolating a virus or cornering a rat. "Amethyst," said Marshall, "it's all over." Amethyst glared back at him defiantly. She's mine. I won't let her go. Marshall spoke evenly and firmly. Spirit, my master has defeated your master. He has disarmed all the powers and authorities, right? Amethyst drooled in defiant silence. The shed blood of Jesus Christ has taken away your authority, right? Yes. Amethyst hissed. And my master, the Lord Jesus Christ, has granted me his authority over you, hasn't he? Yes. And you are defeated, aren't you? Amethyst put his clawed fingers over his own mouth and refused to answer. Motor flipped the hand away. You answer him. Amethyst could hear the angels everywhere, could feel the heat of Motor's blade, and could not back away from the authority of this believer in Jesus. It was no use resisting. Amethyst cried. Amethyst cried out, writhing, struggling against unseen shackles that held her arms and legs. She couldn't move. Let go of this little girl. Come out, and go where Jesus sends you. One claw at a time, Amethyst began to let go of the little girl, her eyes darting back and forth from Marshall to the angels and back again. Motor and Signa began to close in. With an anguished scream she dropped the girl and made a break for it, shooting through the roof of the house. Motor and Signa made no attempt to chase her. It wasn't necessary. Amethyst had no sooner cleared the roof of the house than she saw an incoming wave of white fire rolling over the town, heading her way. The host of heaven. She let out a squeal and shot across town, heading for the big white house. The spirits at Lifferkirkle. They got me into this. Amber slumped toward the floor as if in a faint, but Marshall caught her. Lucy and Kate knelt beside them. Mommy, said the girl, dazed and exhausted. Marshall gave the girl to her mother. She's all right, but we'll have some praying to do. We'll have things to talk about. Amber fell into her mother's arms, and then nestled there with no desire to leave. That was fine with Lucy. She had her daughter back, and she wasn't about to let go. With tearful, weary eyes she looked at these two rescuers and whispered, I'm sorry. Marshall and Kate were in a terrible rush, but they had to be gentle about it. Marshall spoke gently but quickly. Listen to me, Lucy. We know Sally Rowe is alive, that she's been writing letters, and that you've been intercepting those letters from some people who want to kill her. The last letter she wrote gave away where she could be found. If she isn't dead by now, she soon will be if you don't help us. Lucy looked down at her daughter, peaceful though shaken. It's been just awful. Kate asked, where did you send those letters, Lucy? Please tell us. Sally Rowe's life could depend on it. Lucy looked at them, then at her daughter. Her mind was so confused. It was just so hard to know what to do anymore. Destroyer was filling Cool's mind with some marvelous inspirations as Cool held his knife in plain sight, always sure that Sally could see its clean, keen edge. Might as well face it, gentlemen. We're all made of the same stuff. All our hands are dirty, and we're all killers at heart. You want power, we want power, and we walk on the disposable people to get it. That's the name of the game. Santinelli looked at Sally. Her face was still red from where he had struck her. I will not have your blood on my hands, Ms. Rowe. What follows will be your doing, not mine. Sally spoke for the first time since being bound in the chair. The responsibility is yours, sir. I appeal to you in the name of decency itself, in the name of all that is right. Law derives from power, Ms. Rowe, not from morality. Spare me your newfound beliefs. The rosters, Ms. Rowe, prompted Goring. Do it, said the strongman. She'll turn state's evidence, John. Yeah, and she's got an earful for you. Marshall was sitting at Lucy, Kate, and Amber sat in the living room. Lucy was still holding Amber, who hadn't made a sound. Pastor Mark Howard was there as well, at Lucy's invitation. Ever heard of the Summit Institute? Well, let me give you the location. Sally Rowe's letters went there, and now she's probably there too, if she's still alive. Lucy spoke up from the living room couch. They'll kill her. They want her for no other reason. Marshall liked what he was hearing from Harrigan. Yeah, right. Those agents shouldn't be too far from there right now. That's good. Well, get 'em over there, and I mean now. Yeah, right. Lucy told Kate and Mark softly and bitterly, Liffekirkel. They got me into this. The whole lawsuit was their idea. Claire Johansson and John Schmidt, the whole lot of them. They've done nothing but threaten me and coerce me since this whole mess started, and now where are they? Well, I'm not going down alone. She called to Marshall, tell them I'm ready right now. Marshall heard her. John, you can send somebody over here right now. She's ready to talk. This was it. The brush fire was catching on. From here it would burn upward hot, hungry, inextinguishable. Motor took a golden trumpet in his hand and shot through the roof of the house, soaring through the white light of his warriors still rushing over the town. Upward, skyward, slowly spinning, wings afire, he put the trumpet to his mouth. In the mountains above the Summit Institute, the signal reached Tal's ears loud and clear. Done, he cried, leaping to his feet. They've set the fire in Bacon's Corner. Better late than never, Gilo said with a shrug. It will reach Summit soon enough, said Tal, drawing his sword. Attack. Amethyst was getting close to the big white house, the home of Liffekirkel. The roar of heaven's wings thundered in her ears. She whimpered, she cried, she fled before them. My masters in Liffekirkel, they will save me. Santinelli smiled a bitter smile as he looked long and hard at Mr. Cool, still brandishing the knife. I believe you're right, Mr. Cool. I do see myself. He looked at Sally. Power is power, whether it be wielded through legal decisions or from the edge of a knife. And as for our gentle followers, he looked upward, thinking of the hundreds of peace-seeking conferees now gathered from around the globe. We are equal. We are devils, all. He stepped back and took his place by the wall, out of the way. Goring and Steele joined him. He crossed his arms and with chin jutted out resolutely, said, Teach us, Mr. Cool. We will learn. Destroyer clicked his talons, and the spirits of broken birch moved the 5 Satanists like puppets. Cool smiled with diabolical pleasure and nodded to his men. 2 of them immediately looped a chain over a beam and affixed a hook to it. The other 2 released Sally from the chair and yanked her to her feet. The strongman, Destroyer, and all their wicked lords and commanders gathered, moving in close, ready for the triumph. Sally knew there was no more time. The rosters are in Ashton. Too late, said Goring. Please proceed, Gentleman Carrot. They bound her hands in front of her. The rosters are in Ashton. Where? Growled the strongman. Where in Ashton? Demanded Santinelli. I sent them to a post office box. Santinelli put up his hand. Cool looked disappointed, but he motioned for his men to stop. Santinelli stepped forward. What post office box? Sally really did try, but I can't remember the number. Proceed, gentlemen. They grabbed her arms and started lifting her. I planned all those letters. Santinelli held up his hand again, and Cool's men set her down. Santinelli exchanged encouraged glances with Goring and Steele. My, how the revelations are beginning to flow. Destroyer didn't like the subject matter. He nudged Steele. She's lying, said Steele. I remember the mail room, Mr. Steele. Sally cried with a trembling voice. Steele only leered at her. He didn't know what she was talking about. I used to work in the mail room at the Omega Center, remember? Steele didn't leer this time. He remembered. Sally spilled it out rapidly, desperately. You told me how to intercept mail you didn't want the staff to read. You said it wasn't wrong because it protected our purposes. You said your people did it all the time. Remember that, Mr. Steele. Goring and Santinelli looked at Steele. He was silent because he did remember it. The strongman suddenly grabbed Destroyer. It was the only way to find you. I figured whoever tried to kill me would have to keep anyone from finding out I was still alive, so they'd have to intercept my letters. And I knew from the papers that you were using the postmaster in Bacon's Corner for your lawsuit. So that's where I sent them, and you addressed them all to the defendant in the lawsuit, Tom Harris. I knew you couldn't let him see the letters. Santinelli smiled. He was impressed. So your letters were to be a trail to the people ultimately responsible for your alleged death. Professor Lynch knew about my concern for Tom Harris, and Cool knew exactly where to find me, and you all knew without my telling you that I'd embraced Christianity. That was confirmation enough that you'd stolen my letters, but of course, now you've shown them to me. You have them. Every one of them. Destroyer tried to force a leering, cocky smile as he choked and gargled out, so what? Goring stepped in. Marvelous. Yes, the letters are all here, and so are you. Now you have the satisfaction of knowing who your would-be killers are. But you recall, of course, that no one else has seen those letters, and the world has lost all track of you. That's why I made copies. There was a strange delay, as if that sentence took a few seconds to reach their ears and register in their minds. They all looked at her dumbly. She drew a breath and went for broke. The copies are in the post office box too, along with the rosters and James Bardine's ring, the one I took from the finger of that woman who tried to kill me. The ring you took from my neck is the one I got years ago from Owen Bennett. You can double-check his code name, Gawain, on the inside of the ring if you like. Santinelli, it's empty by now anyway. I sent a letter to a lady who works at the Ashton Clarion, and I enclosed the key. Now the strongman applied the pressure, and Destroyer had to struggle for breath. I never heard of any such letter. What do you know about it? Destroyer tried to answer. I sent the 12 captains to Ashton to look into it. The strongman began shaking him, making Destroyer's eyes look like horizontal, yellow blurs. Where are those 12? They wasn't the intercepting of those letters your idea. Suddenly Destroyer thought he was reliving his first feelings of doom. He was hearing the sound of a trumpet again, just like before. But this time it was louder. It was reverberating all around them. It was so loud he couldn't be imagining it. He wasn't. The strongman heard it too, and let out a growl that shook the room. Then they heard a resounding shout from so many voices it sounded like waves of the ocean. For the saints of God, and for the Lamb. The strongman roared again and threw Destroyer to the floor. The enemy. We are discovered. The hundreds of demons in the room, the strongman's aides, the blood-stained murderers of Broken Birch, the lofty and conceited deceivers controlling Santinelli, Goring, and Steele flew into a panic, reaching for their swords, jostling each other, shouting and shrieking. The floor and walls began to shake with the rumble of heavenly wings. The host of heaven had waited so long and had built up such fervor that when the signal finally came, they broke over the crests of the mountains on every side like a violent, shimmering ocean wave and showered down like hail upon the dark cloud of demons in the valley, scattering them like dust before the wind, rooting, battling, swinging, and pushing down, down, down toward the Summit Institute. Tal, at the crest of the wave, dove like a hawk, his wings straight back, his sword a needle of light at the end of his outstretched arm. His war cry could be heard above all the tumult, and his sword was the first to strike. They flew into the heart of the black cloud, like piercing a black, boiling thunderhead. The swords of spirits clashed, wings slapped and fluttered, red smoke fogged the air. Tal kicked, cut, spun like a scythe, and fought his way downward, downward. He could hear the roar of Gylo, the strength of many, just above and piercing the darkness. To the left, batting at demons and mowing them down, flipping them sideways to meet other blades, kicking and grabbing what hides he could find, cutting a widening swath, gutting the cloud at its core. The strongman slapped his demon lords about the room to bring them to their senses. Are you commanders or not? To your posts. Defend us. The demons scattered to their posts, leaving the room almost empty except for the demons of Broken Birch. The strong man glared at Destroyer. The woman has lit a fire that will consume us. There is nothing more we need from her. Finish her before we are finished. Destroyer shot a glance at Cool's demons. Cool raised his knife. Mr. Goring, came a cry from upstairs. Cool grabbed Sally from behind, clapped his hand over her mouth, and poised his knife at her throat. His message was clear. Mr. Goring, came the shout again. Santinelli pushed Goring. Answer them. Stop 'em before they find us. My word, said Goring. Those letters. They're right up there on the table. He hurried to the stairs, turning off the basement lights. Mr. Goring, are you here? He ran up the stairs. Yes, right here. What is it? Amethyst cupped her wings open and came to an abrupt halt just short of the big white house. Liffekirkel was under attack. Angels were everywhere. The spirits there, her masters, were fleeing. Claire and John scurried about the office, finding documents, papers, anything and everything that might connect them with this miserable lawsuit and everything it entailed. They would deny everything, of course. It was all they could do. Maybe they'd get through okay, maybe they wouldn't, they didn't know, they couldn't think about it, they could hardly think at all, they were just too scared. They'd gotten the tip off. Lucy was talking. There were copies of Rose's letters in the wrong hands. The lid was coming off. John jammed papers into a trash can until it was full, muttering angrily, I knew we should have gotten out of this long ago. We've overreached ourselves. He ran to find another container. Claire had the telephone propped on her shoulder. She was talking to Miss Brewer, Amber Brandon's fourth-grade teacher. That's right. You'd better come up with some good explanations for what happened to Amber. Lucy Brandon's done an about-face, and she's blaming it all on you. Hey, don't blame us, you didn't have to select that curriculum. That was entirely your own choice, and we had nothing to do with it. No, I never. She slammed down the phone just as John rushed back into the room with a garbage can. John, what about that curriculum? Can that be traced to Liffekirkel? John found some documents and held them up for Claire to see. Not after I burn these. Overhead, the swarm of survivors from the Liffekirkel route turned tail and fled before a wall of angels. They flew toward the elementary school. Ango the Terrible would be there with all his mighty hordes. He would know what to do. Goring reached the upstairs and found the two psychics from the morning discussion group all in a dither. Here now, he said, what's all the commotion? Bad energy, said the woman attorney. I can't explain it, but all the psychic energy around here is horribly disturbed. The fifth-grade teacher nodded in agreement, his eyes wide with horror. We're being invaded. That's the only word I can think of to describe it. In the basement, Sally, Cool, and the others stood in the dark, overhearing the conversation. Sally tried not to stir. She could feel Cool's blade against her throat. Goring was trying to calm them. Well, just take it easy. Let me encourage you to combine your insights with others around the campus. Perhaps we can all learn and benefit from this experience. It's scary, said the lady. I'm so disoriented, said the man. Cool pulled Sally's head back so hard, she thought her neck would snap. He huffed into her ear, they're feeling you, lady. You and your filthy Jesus. The cloud of evil spirits closed ranks and drew in tight, swords ready, as all around angelic warriors continued to thunder down the mountainsides like an avalanche cloud at the base, and it collapsed downward to fill the gap. They assaulted the pinnacle and it shriveled, bleeding a shower of stung demons. They shot like fatal bullets through its center, and the cloud's mass began to thin. They harried it, struck at it, sliced it into weaker segments. The cloud was thick, tough, and tenacious, but it was weakening. Tal hacked an attacker, mowed through 4 more, spun and kicked another spirit aside, and then spotted a sudden, instantaneous gap in the demonic mantle just over Goring's chalet. He folded his wings above his head and dropped through it. Sally and the others could hear Goring having a bit of trouble with his distraught psychics. "Now, if you'll excuse me," said Goring, "I do have some urgent business to attend to." "What could be more urgent than this?" said the man, his voice coming close to the basement stairway. "Please," said Goring, coming after him. "Use the front door. Go out the way you came in." Maybe, just maybe, that man would hear her. Sally steadily filled her lungs. "Wow," said the woman. "What are all these letters?" "Fan mail," Sally screamed, pushing the sound against Cool's hand with all the diaphragm she could muster. The scream came through Cool's thick hand, a pitiful, muffled moan. No one heard it. Cool had his excuse. He dug in with the knife. "AWWW. Cool," said Santinelli. "What is it?" Cool just moaned something unintelligible. "Get the lights." "Where are they?" Cursings, fumblings in the dark, tripping, stumbling, Cool growling, cursing, bumping into things, the wooden chair toppling. "What was that?" said the man upstairs. "Out," said Goring. Steele found the lights. "Cool," said one of Cool's men. Cool was holding his chest. His shirt was slashed, red with blood. He'd carved a wound across his own ribcage. "Where's the woman?" he cried, his eyes wild with rage. The strongman and destroyer were blinded for an instant. Something had struck them. They blinked and squinted, trying to recover. "Where's the woman?" the strongman howled. Destroyer stared in horror at the spirits of broken birch. They were strewn about the room as if by a bomb blast, dazed, disoriented. The strongman's aides looked this way and that, but saw nothing. "There," a spirit shouted. The light of day hurt Sally's eyes. She was out in the morning air. She could see the herb garden and people gathered there. A huge man held her, his face like bronze, his hair like gold. He set her down and pointed toward the mountains. "Run, Sally. Run." New strength coursed through her legs, and she ran. The demons hurled themselves at Tal with suicidal abandon, their eyes crazed with bloodthirst. He darted, dodged, feinted, meeting their swords with his own, kicking whom he could, swirling, dashing, jabbing, keeping 'em back. "Yahaaa," came Gylo's voice behind him. Now Tal had some help. Struck demons began to fly across his vision, limp and dissolving. He could see Sally Rowe, still in the clear, still running. "Run, girl, run." Sally ran like a frightened gazelle, her thoughts set on that front gate, her stride never breaking. "Hey, who's that?" someone asked. Then came Sybil Denning's voice. "Well, Sally. Sally Rowe. Sally, is that you?" Sally didn't look back, she didn't slow down, she just kept running, her long hair blowing in the wind behind her, her arms pumping, her legs grabbing up distance. She dashed out of the herb garden, across a lawn, down a pebbled path, and into the main parking lot. She could see the main gate. Goring was just herding the two psychics out the front door against their protests when someone else ran up full of questions. "Hey, who was that we saw running? What's going on around here?" Goring asked directly, "Was it a woman?" "Yeah. Man, she looked scared." "Which way did she go?" "We're all scared." "What's happening?" "Which way did she go?" "Well, toward the front gate. She was splitting the place." "I'll look into it." Goring closed the door right in their faces and called to Cool's men. "She's outside, heading for the front gate." Cool's 4 hooligans were just bringing Cool upstairs. Goring was indignant. "Don't bring him up here. You'll drip blood on my carpet." "Get the woman," said the strongman. Destroyer shoved and swatted the broken birch spirits into action. Amethyst was only one of a mob of hysterical demons who converged on the Bacon's Corner Elementary School, but there was no rescue here either. The host of heaven had already struck the place, and demons were scattering from the roof, from the playfield, from all around the school, like hornets from a burning hive. Ango, the boastful lord of the school, was fluttering about the sky with half a wing gone, wailing, cursing, spitting his hatred and screaming for help, but all his hordes had forsaken him and fled. Out of control, he careened crazily into a cluster of brilliant warriors, met their swords, and exploded in several directions, vanishing in trails of red smoke. In the school office, Miss Brewer was having a face-to-face confrontation with Mr. Woodard, the school principal. "No way," she said in a voice just below a scream. "PM not responsible for selecting that curriculum, no matter what anybody says. You told me to teach it. You and that Lifferkirkle bunch were behind this whole thing, and I'll tell that to anyone who wants to know. I'm not going to take the rap for this, not for anyone. You're the principal. You're the one responsible. You can fire me if you want, but I won't be your patsy. Is that clear?" "I'll look into it," said Mr. Woodard, looking pale. Miss Brewer went back to her classroom. Mr. Woodard picked up the phone and dialed Betty Hanover, the number 1 power bolder on the school board. "Betty. Bruce Woodard. Listen, I don't know what's going on here, but I want you and the rest of the school board to be clear on where I stand in these matters. I will not be left holding this thing, understand? I can be heavy-handed if I have to be. The demons from Lifferkirkle and now the survivors from the elementary school turned and fled before the pursuing angels. Turger, the Prince of Bacon's Corner. He controlled the school board. Surely he could stem this tide and stand against this attack. Amethyst was not quick to flee, but indecisive. Where was Ango? Stung. An angelic sword caught her under the arm and she went spinning, plummeting down toward the school. She reached toward that black tar roof, even pushed toward it with the power of her wings. It was a safe place. She'd flourished in those rooms before. Maybe someone below could help her, hide her. The black roof slapped by her, then the rafters, the insulation, the ceiling, a classroom full of children swipe. A warrior finished her, and she fell dissolving to the floor, a smoldering heap just behind Miss Brewer, just below a crayon drawing on the wall, a marvelous picture of a purple, winged pony under a rainbow. Sally ran toward the big stone gate. Right now that gate seemed like the gateway to hell itself, but she was getting out, she was escaping, she was breaking free. "Come on, girl, get through that thing." Cool's men raced through the hedges and down an obscure pathway toward the highway to head her off. So far they hadn't been seen by any conferees, but that was due more to luck than caution. "The woman!" cried the spirits, their attention diverted from the battle overhead to the fleeing figure on the ground. That diver sign cost many of them their presence in this world. The angels were there, swords flashing, and no one could stop Sally Rowe. She reached the gate. There was no invisible barrier, no burly thug to stop her, no dirty hands grabbing. She passed through it like a bird out of a cage, her heart soaring. "O Lord God, my Savior Jesus, will Yah save me? Are you running with me now?" She crossed the highway and ducked into the forest on the other side. First she would get some distance behind her, then perhaps double back to the village, get a ride, hike out, whatever. Just stay alive, Sally, just stay alive. Hang on. Cool's men saw her cross the highway. They fanned out. The demons of Broken Birch stayed close to the ground and followed them, goading them on, filling their blackened minds with thoughts of blood and murder. The cloud of spirits began to change shape. The base began to shift sideways, crawling. Tal shouted to his commanders, "Keep her covered, but let 'em follow." They understood, and backed away before the advancing demonic hordes. The thick mantle over the Summit Institute began to pull away, leaving it open and vulnerable. Demonically speaking, Lifferkirkle was a desolate ruin. The elementary school had fallen to the enemy, and now as the wilting, bleeding leftovers from those two defeats fled to the homes and businesses of the Bacon's Corner School Board. They discovered Turger, their mighty prince, all by himself, flying in crazy circles over the town, screaming in rage. "Cowards!" he shrieked. "Deserters! Come back and stand!" The demon lords under his command were nowhere to be seen, but had fled before the advancing flood of heavenly armies. The Oriental, Cigna, was right at Turger's heels. Turger was as good as finished and presently out of his mind. Mota had already led a powerful contingent of warriors on a bold sweep through the home of board chairwoman Betty Hanover, rooting the ruling demons of that household and leaving Mrs. Hanover feeling unsure of herself, especially now, when a federal postal agent was on the phone. "Just trying to track down some information," he said. "We understand your elementary school was using a curriculum written by the woman in question, a Sally Beth Rowe." "Ah well, I don't know anything about that. We understand that Sally Rowe lived right in your area." "Really?" Betty tried to sound surprised, but never was much of an actor. "Well, we're just trying to find her. We have to follow up on a complaint." "Complaint? Mail tampering? Already did. She said to call you." Betty buttoned her lip, but cursed Claire up one side and down the other in her mind. "Hold on," said the agent. "I've got the name of the curriculum right here. Yeah, finding the real me. Ring any bells?" "The Omega Center. Beg your pardon. The Omega Center for Educational Studies in Fairwood, Massachusetts. They're the publishers of that curriculum. They'd know the author, I'm sure." "We don't know anything about the author. All we did was buy the curriculum from Omega. They're the ones you should talk to. We don't know anything." "All right. Do you have their number, address, all that good stuff?" "Just hold on." She gave him the information and hung up the phone, unable to stop shaking. The phone rang again. It was school board member John Kendall. "Betty, I'm calling to warn you. You're too late," she told him. School board member Jerry Mason called right after she hung up on John Kendall. He wanted to know what she knew about this Sally Rowe mail tampering lawsuit curriculum thing, and didn't Sally Rowe commit suicide a while back? She wanted to know what he knew. They both wanted to know what Claire Johansson knew, and both agreed that none of them knew a lot and that all of them wanted to know a lot more, especially what the feds knew. The demonic powers and authorities of Bacon's Corner were scattered. Turger's best warriors fled elsewhere to find a new home for their mischief. Turger, alone except for the deserters who joined him, center. Perhaps there was time to warn Barkett, Omega's prince. Maybe Barkett would have the strength to save them and stop this onslaught. Far away from it all, in the city of West Haven, the Circuit Court of Appeals, with all parties oblivious to the spiritual racket steadily growing and spreading out of Bacon's Corner, convened at 2:00 in the afternoon. Wayne Corrigan and Tom Harris took their places at the defendant's table on the right side of the courtroom, while attorneys Ames and Jefferson took their seats on the left. "All rise," said the bailiff, and they all rose, and in strode the three appellate judges, one younger man, one older man, and one sagging woman. They sat down, the three lawyers sat down, the clerk and bailiff sat down, and the court stenographer poised her fingers over the little keys. Tom looked around the courtroom. Apart from one reporter that had shown up looking a little bored with his assignment, the gallery was empty. Of course. The public was waiting for the real show, the trial. "Ah well," Corrigan whispered, "it's going to be a short day anyway." "No earth-shaking surprises?" asked Tom. "To be honest, I'm not expecting any." The older judge put on his reading glasses and referred to his papers. "This is the case of Brandon versus the Good Shepherd Academy, the defendant appealing the lower court's ruling as to compelling a child witness to be examined by defense's experts and to testify in this case." Corrigan sneaked a glance at Ames and Jefferson. They looked awed. Boy, now there was confidence. In Fairwood, Massachusetts, the Omega Center was in full swing, with classes in progress, fair weather on the campus, and by their standards nothing weird or unusual happening. A gang of young adults continued their good-hearted game of touch football on the playfield. On the Tai Chi Plaza, 24 practitioners moved in slow motion through time, space, and spirit. In the classrooms, high school kids, adults, and even senior citizens learned the latest westernized twist on Hindu mysticism. And in the quiet, cushioned meditation rooms, young transcendentalists watched with eyes closed as demons played cosmic movies in their brains. Kree and C, their armies in position, were ready and waiting. Any moment now. Barkett, Prince of Omega, was troubled when he first heard the humming and whistling of frayed wings and then the anguished wails and laments of spirits far away. He took wing and hovered above the Omega administration building, peering westward until he saw the spirits from Bacon's Corner approaching, screaming with alarm. Something was up. Forces. FWOOOM. He covered his head, blinded by brilliant light exploding on every side, obliterating the forests and hills, washing out the blue of the sky, bleaching out the colors of the center. Spinning about in panic, he drew his sword, but it was struck away before he even saw his attacker. He fled into the sky, feeling the burning light of heaven at his heels. Telephones began to ring in every room on the campus, and every teacher, group leader, and facilitator got the word. The football game was over, classes were cancelled, and anyone out in astral travel would have to come in for a landing. Mr. Tyson, the head of the Omega faculty, had gotten an angry call from Betty Hanover, a threatening call from Claire Johansson, and last but not least a nosy and intimidating call from the FBI. He was clearing the campus, and that meant everyone. Kree and C led their forces through the campus like a flash flood, whipping through and around the buildings, flushing demons out of the rooms, chasing them through the surrounding woods, cutting them down out of the sky. The demonic deceivers were swamped and confounded. Empire had fallen. The strongman. This is his blunder. Classes are cancelled, said Tyson over the loudspeakers. Everyone to your dorms. Get your belongings loaded on the buses and be ready to roll. The classes ended so abruptly and the students were sent out so quickly that many thought it was a fire drill, or even an air raid. Some were still slipping on their coats as they hurried outside. Others, still half entranced, had to be led by the hand. The teachers were gathering up their coats, grabbing their briefcases, handouts, and curricula, shutting off the lights, locking up the rooms. The football game broke up, and the players jogged back toward their dormitories full of questions. Within an hour, the buses began to roll down the drive to the main road, carrying away faculty, students, even maintenance personnel, all chattering and wondering together just what in the world was going on. Only a few noticed the plain olive sedan parked in front of the administration building. It hadn't been there long. I'm sorry, Tyson told the two federal agents now standing in his office. You've come at a hectic time. We're just closing down for our mid-spring break. Hardly anyone is here now. The two men exchanged glances. Mid-spring break? Asked one. Tyson smiled. We follow a rather unique calendar here, gentlemen. We'll have a look at it. The other agent noted, we saw the buses pulling out. It looked like an evacuation. Tyson grinned sheepishly. Well, the agents didn't waste time. Like I asked you over the phone, this is the same Omega Center that published the Finding the Real Me curriculum. Well, yes, it is. Then you must be familiar with the author, Sally Beth Rowe. You mean me personally? I mean you personally or any other way. Well, of course I'm familiar with the name. Where can we contact her? Well, I'm afraid she's deceased. How do you know that? Well, one agent consulted some notes. What about an instructor here, a lady named Sybil Denning? Is she still on the campus? Tyson shook his head with just a little too much sadness. No, I'm afraid she's gone. Do you see much of Owen Bennett anymore? Tyson looked shocked at that question. Owen Bennett. 9 feet. He used to be on the Omega Advisory Board, right? That was a long time ago. How about, he's away at a conference. What conference and where? Well, do I really have to answer all these questions? Maybe now, for sure later. Suit yourself. These guys were intimidating. He and some other people on our faculty are at the Summit Institute. The two men nodded to each other. Apparently they already knew about that place. Goring, Steele, and Santinelli stood in a close cluster near the big fireplace, trying to lay a contingency plan. They paid little attention to Cool, who still sat at the top of the basement stairs trying to tape up his wound with gauze, cotton, and anything else he could find in Goring's first aid kit. So far he was only making a mess. You know what she said in those letters, said Goring. She didn't leave out one thing. Steele asked Santinelli, how would our chances be in court? Santinelli was grim but determined, and spoke in a low mutter. There are many variables and contingencies. We should immediately inventory and eliminate any liabilities. Goring and Steele couldn't help a quick, sideways glance at Cool. Santinelli cleared his throat to correct them. Any connections at all with the Bacon's Corner case must be eradicated. I can call my office on that. As for material evidence, he shot a glance at the coffee table. Jay strongly suggest we burn these letters. Cool pretended he didn't hear anything. The telephone rang. Goring cursed, but decided to pick it up in the kitchen. He stepped out of the room. Power in the right places will also be accrued. Mr. Steele. Gory.ng called. It's your faculty head, Mr. Tyson. Steele motioned for Santinelli to follow him, and they joined Goring in the kitchen. It sounds urgent, Goring whispered. Cool saw his chance, and struggled to his feet. A sleek, blue sedan pulled into the parking lot, and 3 men in business suits got out, getting a good look at the place and acting just a little bewildered. They're going to think we're crazy, said one. Let's make this quick, said another. I want to get back in time to see the Broncos game. They encountered a beautiful blonde woman just getting out of her Mercedes. Pardon me, ma'am, said the group's leader. We're looking for he lost his train of thought. The second man stepped in. We need to talk to the people in charge of this place. Oh, said the woman. Why don't you try Mr. Goring? His chalet is right over that way, beyond the herb garden, see. She gave them just a few more pointers and then went her way. One man was ready to head for the chalet, but the other 2 just kept staring after the woman. Far away, on the Bentmore University campus, there was quite a buzz about the School of Education closing down so suddenly. Information was scarce. There were isolated conversations here and there about the sudden death of Professor Samuel W. Lynch. No one seemed to know how he died, or at least no one was willing to talk about it. The only news being consistently repeated among the faculty and students was that he'd been found dead in his office and that the School of Education was suspending classes indefinitely. There were rumors, of course. Lynch may have been murdered, and there might be some kind of scandal afoot. There might be an investigation. Student reporters for the Bentmore Register were hoping for an exposé. Corruptor, the bloated demon prince of Bentmore University, was dethroned at last, and it was Chimon the European and his British friend Sion who battered him out of his position like a beach ball over a fence. The angelic forces had done their job quickly, and now homeless demons were aloft and wailing, most of them head-carroting for Summit. Soon they would descend upon the strongman along with all the other evicted and dethroned spirits, demanding rescue, answers, relief. Immediately, with the slamming down of the phone, Goring, Santinelli, and Steele came dashing around the corner and back into the living room with one goal in mind. And one huge shock waiting for them: an empty coffee table, and no Mr. Cool. The letters, cried Goring. Cool, said Steele. That devil, said Santinelli, dashing out the door. Sally's heart pounded and ached in her chest as she scurried and stumbled over damp pine needles and patches of crusted snow, grappled and groped through prickly, dead branches, and tried with all her rapidly ebbing strength to stay ahead of the snappings, huffings, rustlings, and footfalls of the devils pursuing her. Two were directly below, but invisible behind limbs and thickets. A third was to her left, and she'd seen him twice, so close she could read the demons in his eyes. The fourth was silent and invisible except for his eerie, intermittent whistling to let the others know where he was. They were getting closer. "Oh Lord Jesus, help me run." "Hey," said one of the three visitors, "now who's that?" His friends expected to see another celebrity. What they saw was a silver-haired man in a business suit running like a wild man across the herb garden. "Guys, I just have this feeling cool." His chest still reddened from his wound, had Goring's briefcase full of Sally's letters in one hand and the keys to the van in the other. He stood by the van, unable to find the right key to open it. He could see the key to the door, but it kept falling out of his fingers and dangling from the key ring. Gilo stood by him, flicking at the keys with the tip of his finger, making them dance, slip, flip, and turn every which way but where Cool wanted them. Tal swooped low over the parking lot with a message. "They're on the way." "Splendid," said Gilo. Santinelli was gasping for breath and about to collapse when he reached the parking lot, but the sight of Cool holding Goring's briefcase fed his rage and his rage kept him going. He got to the van in mere seconds, pointing his shaking finger. "I'll take those," he gasped. Cool smiled mockingly. "Ha, you mean these?" It was a great joke to him. Santinelli was losing all semblance of dignity. "You devil, how dare you betray us?" Cool held up his hand. "Hey, just who was going to betray who? We're all devils, right? You said so yourself. I'm taking these for insurance." Santinelli had more rage than sense, and grabbed at the briefcase. Cool wasn't about to let go of it. Gilo let them go ahead and tangle. He was waiting for the right moment. "All right. Good enough." With his huge hand, he battered the briefcase free. It struck the pavement, flipped twice, then flew open, throwing the letters everywhere. Santinelli dignified, honorable, distinguished, high-powered attorney Santinelli stooped to grab up the letters, but so did bloodthirsty, demonized, Satanist murderer Cool. They went to their knees, playing one-on-one, grabbing faster, grabbing more, shoving, jostling, grappling, ripping until they came to the feet. 3 sets of feet. Nice shoes. Nice suits. 3 men. 1 man held out his badge. FBI. Destroyer braced himself, but the strongman didn't roar this time. He didn't even slap Destroyer around the room. Instead, with defeat in his eyes, he looked above and all around, just watching his empire crumble. The cloud of demons was so hacked apart by this time that the light of heaven was shining down on the Summit Institute in alarmingly large patches, turning the Global Consciousness Conference into a shambles. The psychics were unable to get any readings, the channelers' spirit entities weren't speaking, the tarot readers couldn't remember what their cards were saying, and every higher self on campus was out to lunch and not answering. In the meantime, word was getting around the campus that 3 federal agents had just arrested someone and were still checking around. Something big was going down, and few conferees had their minds on their own hidden potential and godhood, a shot in the arm the demons could have used. All this was distressing enough, but then the other spirits began to arrive from Bacon's Corner, the Omega Center, Bentmore University, and other centers of demonic power disrupted by the spiritual shock waves. 1. Stages of dismemberment and injury. They tumbled into the basement of the chalet, screaming, scratching, clawing for rescue, for answers, for someone to blame. Turger, the Prince of Bacon's Corner, was slowly withering, and pointed at the strongman with his one good hand. "You brought this upon us. You and your ridiculous plan. Corruptor, only half his original size, rolled across the floor like a lame rat and spit out his accusation. Have we built our empire at Bentmore only to feed it to heaven's host? Barkett kept his wings tightly wrapped around him, humiliated by his defeat and now swordless. Your plan. Always your plan. Is this why I was never warned of the woman's coming, or of this ambush laid against my principality? Then from all around, from every fanged, drooling, spitting mouth, came the big question. What have you done about the woman? The spirit demon had one simple answer for all the questions. He pointed to Destroyer. There is your betrayer. If he had killed her when he should have, we would not be in this state today. It was his idea to capture her letters, and now her testimony is in writing and will defeat us. He is the one whose harassments did not destroy her, but drove her to the cross. The cross. That was all the spirits needed to hear. Swords appeared. You will pay for this. Destroyer met their murderous eyes with his own, drew his blazing sword, and sliced the air with ribbons of red light. So you are better than I. Then show it now. They stood in their places. He has redeemed her from our grasp. Destroyer clenched his teeth and growled, I will finish. The strongman spread his wings in Destroyer's path. We are withdrawing, Destroyer, and Cool's henchmen will not go with you. Put men to do your killing, the woman will have power over you. She doesn't know that. Destroyer pointed his sword right at the strongman's belly. I will finish what I have started. The strongman studied Destroyer with probing eyes, and then stepped aside, as the hate-crazed demon shot out of the chalet. We will not see him again, said the strongman. He turned to the battered, tattered assemblage. Princes, we are restrained. We will wait for a better time. In a burst of black wings, chugging sulfur, and trails of red smoke, the strongman and his princes scattered in all directions from the Summit Institute, abandoning it like a sinking ship, letting the clamor and smoke shrink into the distance behind them. The woman, follow the woman, get her. The spirits of Broken Birch thought only of the woman and stayed close to the ground in quiet pursuit, guiding and empowering the four killers who now thrust and clawed their way through the forest looking for their fleeing prey. There. The killers spotted her, struggling up a steep bank, losing strength, stumbling, falling. Tears streamed down Sally's face. Her shirt clung to her back, soaked with sweat. She clambered over some stones and then flopped to the ground, her lungs heaving. Every muscle in her body trembled and quivered, her legs and arms would no longer move. She couldn't see, she couldn't think, she felt she was dreaming. The demons jumped on the backs of the killers. Kill her, chop her into little pieces. There was a roaring sound behind them. Some looked back. They screamed, and others looked back also. They could no longer see the Summit Institute, their haven, their fortress. All they could see was the host of heaven. Cut off. Ambushed. Take them, said Tal. Red smoke. Killer number 1 collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. He'd had enough of this mountainside. Killer number 2, further up the slope, turned when he heard number 1 hit the ground. Hey, come on. Number 1 didn't answer. He just wanted to breathe. Number 3 had just broken into a clearing and could see the institute. He whistled at them. Hey, looks like feds down there. They've got cool. Number 4 saw the woman tumble behind some rocks. He took his knife in his hand. He was almost there. He paused just momentarily to look back, then cursed. It is cool. The Summit Institute looked like a model of itself from up here, with neat rows of toy cars lined up in the blacktop parking lot and rough shake rooftops nestled among the trees. Cool wasn't hard to recognize, staggering along between 2 men in suits with the front of his shirt all red and his hands behind his back. That guy behind him had to be Santinelli, being led along by a 3rd man. There was no sign of goring, but just seeing this was enough. Goodbye, said number 3, heading back down the mountain. Number 1 followed him. "Let's get into town. I'll hotwire a car." There was an immediate consensus. Sally did not hear them go. She lay among the rocks in a dead faint. The Satanists had come within 4 feet of her hiding place before turning back. In Claytonville, former police sergeant Harold Mulligan locked the front door of coroner Joey Parnell's home and put Parnell's house keys in his pocket. He'd just dropped by the Parnell residence on a business call, but it wasn't police business. Mulligan was in civilian clothes, and was driving his own private vehicle, an older Ford. He did not linger, but got into that Ford, backed down the driveway, and drove out of that neighborhood, out of that town, and, for all practical purposes, out of existence. He would never be seen again. Within a few days, the papers would report the mysterious gunshot deaths of Parnell and his wife, both found dead together in the Parnell home, apparently from a mutual suicide pact. Satanic literature would be found in the home, along with evidence linking Parnell to several unsolved murders in that part of the state. Sally awoke with a start and stiffened. "Don't move. They might be near you." She stifled her breathing and remained still, listening. There was no sound except the cold breeze. The shadows were longer. It was the only way she could tell that any time had passed. She lay among some large stones, flat on her back. She raised her head slightly. She felt cold. Then she felt fear. Steady. Pounding. Growing. Like footsteps behind her in the dark, like something lurking around the next blind corner, like a crawling, unstoppable monster approaching while she was unable to move. She whispered so quietly she only mouthed the words, "Who's there?" Eyes. Scales. Blackness, power, sulfur, hatred. It stood tall before her, a waking nightmare, a black, towering silhouette against a surreal, blood-red sky, the bulging yellow eyes leering at her, never blinking, never wavering. She knew it was there. It was not material, and physical eyes could not see it, but she'd had such visitations before, and she knew it was real. She tensed, rose to her elbows, looking up at it while it looked down at her, the sulfur blowing in silken wisps from its nostrils, its fangs bared as it grinned with fiendish. She did, and now she had good reason to be terrified. She pushed herself away, wriggling backwards on her hands and elbows, speechless, shaking. The thing's words throbbed in her head. "You know me, Sally Rowe, and you won't get away." The huge red sword came down like a meat cleaver. Tal heard Sally's scream above the battle and shouted, "Gilo! Yahhhh!" Came Gilo's answer as he shot up from the center of the ebbing cloud. He'd heard it too. Side by side, with wings spread full and trailing fire, they dove like meteors for the mountain, rolled sharply to the right, then dropped into the forest, lighting up the treetops. Sally tumbled over the rocks and rolled down the steep incline, arms thrashing, kicking up pine needles, dirt, and pebbles. The ground was washed red with the light of that huge sword as the thing glided down the slope after her, wings spread like a canopy. She could hear its huffing breath, the rippling of its leathery wings. She came to a stop against a tree. Whoosh! The sword split the air once more. Sally ducked, scrambled down the hill, fell, and rolled again. Tal banked to the left, Gilo to the right. They would strike from opposite sides. Tal shot up the mountainside, chest just above the rocks and brush, then cupped his wings, swung his feet out before him, and doubled back. He could see Sally tumbling down the slope with the black spirit pouncing on her like a murderous vulture, red sword flashing again and again. Beyond the spirit, he saw Gilo as a fast-closing ball of light. Tal hauled back his sword, ready to strike. The loathsome spirit saw them coming and stood his ground, ready to meet them. They came at him like two colliding trains. With incredible power, "You are mine," said the spirit, "and I will finish what I have started." "No," Sally pleaded. It was the only word that would come to her mind. Zing! The sword caught her in the leg. She fell against a tree, then to the ground. The sword came down again, just missing her shoulder. Brilliant light. 2 comets. Gylo from above, Tal from below, closing again. Gylo struck first. The spirit battered him aside, but caught a stunning blow in the back from Tal's sword and teetered forward before spinning and meeting Tal's sword with a jolting parry that sent Tal fluttering into the forest again. Gylo dove and struck the thing's neck. It elbowed him several miles out of the way. Tal righted himself, gripped his sword tightly, and shouted, "Sally Rowe! Stand against him. Turn him away." Sally didn't seem to hear. She was crying out, trying to get on her feet. The thing leaped upon her, digging its talons into her. She could feel them searing her flesh. She was choking on the foul breath. It raised the sword again. Oof! A streak of light passed overhead, and the thing pitched forward. Gylo looped in a tight circle and came high for another pass, and there came Tal, straight down from above. The spirit rose to its feet and faced them head-on, wild-eyed, sword ready. Gylo came in low, it kicked him aside. Tal dropped from above, it battered him into the treetops. "Speak up, Sally," said Tal. "Stand aside," the thing roared. "The woman belongs to me." With that, it stomped its black, scaled foot down on the fleeing woman's leg, knocking her down, holding her there. Tal shouted, "She is ours," and dove for the demon again. This time their swords met in a shower of sparks. The blow sent Tal reeling. "Take authority," said Tal. "You are mine, Sally Rowe," said the demon. "No," said Sally. She'd found some words. "I belong to Jesus, the Son of God." "That's it, that's it, that's it!" Gylo roared, rushing through the trees with incredible fury. His blow knocked the demon backward. The thing whipped his sword around, but Gylo pulled his feet in just in time and got away. "You do not belong to Jesus," the monster screamed. "He could never love you." Sally was distraught, groping for words. "Jesus loves me. The Bible tells me so." A child's Sunday school song. It was all she knew. Tal scored a hit and sent the demon tumbling into the trees. Sally went running for her life, crying out, "Jesus, help me! Help me!" The demon recovered and roared after her, wings thundering. "You will burn in hell with me. I will drag you there myself." He swung his sword at her, but his reach was short. She fell, twisted, looked up at those yellow eyes. He landed on her, knocking her flat with his knees, clamping her down. Their eyes met. "Jonas!" she screamed. He broke into a wide, hideous grin, the fangs dripping, the brow furrowed with wicked laughter. The sword went high over his head. She rose up on one elbow. She was gaining new courage. "I am not yours. I belong to Jesus." "No, no, Sally Rowe." She was amazed. The sword teetered above the demon's head. He could not lower it. She spoke again. "I belong to Jesus now. He paid for my sins with his blood, and you can't torment me anymore. I will do what I wish. I am going to kill you." Suddenly the demon didn't sound too convincing. "My Lord has defeated you." Destroyer stumbled to his feet, holding his sword limply, his eyes losing their fire. "Get out of my life, Jonas. Forever. Do you hear?" Thud. Tal came in with a blow that sent Destroyer spinning. The black demon righted himself and held his sword ready. Gylo came in from the side and assailed him again with a clash of blades and bursts of light. "The woman belongs to me." Destroyer roared. "She is ours," said Tal. Sally's desperate, screaming voice came across the distance. "I belong to Jesus. Jonas, I renounce you. You have no claim to me. Get out of my life." The words hit Destroyer like poisonous darts. Then a revelation hit like a salvation, and Destroyer stood still, facing his arch-rival, the captain of the host. "You knew, captain of the host. You knew she would do this. Come to us." Tal held his sword ready, but answered, "I knew what you would do to her, that you were commissioned to destroy her. And you tried to kill her, as always. Destroyer began to wilt. She was mine, from her youth. Ours our Lord's, said Tal, from her mother's womb. Get out of my life, Jonas. Sally cried. Jesus has conquered you, so get out. The sword quivered in Destroyer's hand. She has taken away my name. With an agonized roar and a final burst of fury, the weakened demon dove at Tal, bringing his blade down in a fiery arc. Tal parried, jabbed, let him keep coming. The red sword swung from the side, came back again, cut through the air. Tal sidestepped it, struck it aside with enough force to throw the demon off balance. He delivered a stunning kick to the demon's flank, jolting him, toppling him. The demon twisted about, swung at him. Tal met that clumsy attack easily, then brought his own blade down in a shining arc. The air filled with red smoke. Destroyer wailed like an eerie siren, clutching his open side, floating, withering, fading. He pushed himself backward with one foot, hovering on erratic wings. Tal hauled back for one more blow, but it wouldn't be necessary. As the demon's eyes remained fixed on him, ruby red, bulging in hate, the wings fell silent. With the dying, groping lips forming a silent curse, the thing pitched forward, sighing out sulfur, and slipped into oblivion. The forest was suddenly quiet. Now Tal could hear the muffled weeping of Sally Rowe. He sheathed his sword. She lay nearby, facey down in the dirt, weeping, physically exhausted and emotionally spent. Gilo sat beside her, his wings spread over her, stroking her head and speaking soothing words to her soul. Tal approached quietly, knelt beside them, and spread his wings high and wide, joining Gilo's wings to form a canopy to keep out the world for a while. One more season of restraint, he said. She has gained it for all of us. In the valley below, the sounds of battle continued, rumblings, shrieks, clashings, flashes of light like distant lightning. But it would settle eventually. The outcome was certain and only a matter of time. For now, they remained with her. In West Haven, in the quiet, dull courtroom, Wayne Corrigan was just finishing his rebuttal to Gordon Jefferson's arguments. And so, we hope that the court will be careful to protect Mr. Harris's constitutional right to due process and his right to confront his accuser. We confirm once again that we have no intention of harming Amber Brandon or causing any further trauma. We only desire to get to the truth, and that, we believe, is the least our judicial system must allow any defendant. Thank you. He took his place next to Tom Harris. Tom had been watching the clock. It was just about 4 in the afternoon. The 3 judges had been watching the clock as well. The one in the middle, the older man, shuffled his papers together. Thank you, Mr. Corrigan, and thank you, Mr. Jefferson and Mr. Ames. Arguments were thorough and well presented. Court will recess for the day. We'll have a ruling for you by Thursday, the day after tomorrow. Wham! The bailiff rapped the gavel and ordered, "All rise," and they all rose, and the judges went out. Ames and Jefferson seemed just a little somber, even angry, as they rose, gave Corrigan and Tom a carefully sculpted dirty look, and left the courtroom. said Corrigan. I didn't think I did that well. I thought you did great, said Tom. Corrigan shrugged. Well, we've been praying. It's in the Lord's hands. He gave a weak smile, looked at the floor, and admitted, but I don't know, Tom. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just a rotten lawyer or if God chooses to stay out of courtrooms. I haven't had much to feel good about lately. Tom's smile came from deep inside. Oh, whatever happens, God isn't mocked. He's Lord, Wayne. However he wants this to turn out, I'll accept it. He slapped Corrigan on the back. Let's get some dinner. Corrigan fumbled a bit. I hope you have some money on you. I have $3, I think. Okay. I think I can match that. We'll make it McDonald's. The lake was calm, like a mirror, reflecting the trees on the shoreline with clear, unbroken lines and deep spring colors, while just above the water's surface myriads of bugs danced in the sun like tiny golden sparklers. The lone fisherman sat in his aluminium boat, glad for the quiet, glad to be alone. He was somewhere in his 50s, with salt and pepper hair and a youthful face, dressed in jeans, flannel shirt, and a drooping fishing hat that had to have been his favorite for years. The fish weren't biting much, but he was getting the piece he'd come for, and he was satisfied. For now, he reclined lazily against a boat cushion, just floating, relaxing, and not thinking much. Somewhere in the middle of the day, he heard the rumble and gentle splashing of boat oars, and looked out from under his hat brim. Yes, someone was coming toward him in a small wooden dinghy. When the visitor drew nearer, the fisherman sat up. He knew that slightly rotund, bespectacled man in the straw hat. They weren't exactly friends, but they'd bumped shoulders on many occasions. What was he doing here? This was supposed to be the fisherman's hideaway. The visitor looked over his shoulder, smiled, and kept rowing closer, not saying a word. The fisherman had an eerie feeling about this encounter. If the visitor wasn't going to speak, then he would. Jim looked over his shoulder. Hey, Owen. With a few last oar strokes, he brought the little dinghy alongside. Owen used a short piece of tether to join the two boats together. Ah, thank you much. To what do I owe this visit? Asked Owen Bennett. I hope it isn't business. I'm out of the office right now. Oh, I figured this would be a great place to have a chat, just you and me. Jim looked back toward the resort. Some families were picnicking near the lakeshore. But I'd talk quietly, Owen. The sound is really carrying today. Owen lowered his voice and asked, so state your business. I'm very busy doing nothing today and I'd like to get back to it. Jim heaved a deep sigh, rested his forearms on his knees, and just looked at Owen for a moment. I'll come right to it, but even that'll take a while. I suppose you've been keeping up on that case out of Bacon's Corner. Owen stared at him blankly, then shook his head. Never heard of the place. No, afraid not. Well, I never heard of it either. Never cared to, except that the AGFA started a lawsuit there, and I know they were coming your way with it. They were going after a Christian school again, and thought they had all their ducks in a row, including you. Well, if it's a pending case, obviously I can't discuss it. Jim held up his hand. Oh no, don't worry about that. We don't need to discuss the case, no sir. We can talk about other things. All right. Jim looked across the lake, gathering his thoughts. Jim nodded. So I've gathered. You know, I'm amazed at how many supposed friends of mine know everything else but what I want to find out about that bunch. It's just a lodge, Jim. It's nothing to worry about. Jim wasn't that willing to brush the matter off. You have to understand, a man in my position gets a little spooked when men in your position start protecting each other and keeping little secrets among yourselves. Well, I said little secrets, but I don't know what size they are, do I? Owen remained tight-lipped. This was Jim's meeting. Let him carry the conversation. Jim did. I hear that Carl Santinelli's a member, and that would concern me, as much as his name gets around Washington. To think the two of you are bosom buddies in the same secret society curls my hair just a little. Owen got a little tense, and his voice had an edge. That raises an obvious question for me, though I doubt I'll get an answer. How did you find out? I've been reading some mail, Owen. A lot of mail. Jim looked directly at him. Letters written by Sally Beth Rowe. Pay dirt. Jim could see a definite reaction all over Owen's face. Owen lowered his head and muttered, oh, boy. Or, we've all got a few skeletons in the closet, Owen. You know that about me, and I know that about you. Owen couldn't contain his curiosity. What? Did she write to Val? Oh, no, she wrote to the headmaster of that Christian school, I guess, to give him some inside information and help him out. Well, I hope you can recognize truth from vindictive lies. One of the first things she wrote was, Jim, I think you're talking in riddles. Well, okay, stop me if you've heard this one. Sally Rowe wrote a whole stack of letters to the headmaster of that school, I guess to help him out. The only problem was, he never got the letters because somebody tampered with United States mail and snatched 'em all. Turned out it was the local postmaster, also the plaintiff in the suit, but she agreed to cooperate and told us where she sent 'em all. You'll never guess where. The Summit Institute. Some FBI agents went there and found every one of them in the possession of you ready for this? Carl Santinelli, Mr. Agfa himself. He's in real hot water right now. That has nothing to do with me. Jim was a little shocked. What happened to the old team spirit, Owen? I thought you guys were lodge brothers. That means nothing. All right, we'll try not to place guilt by association. I would greatly appreciate that. But just for my own information, don't all you Nation guys have some kind of membership ring, some funny gold ring with an ugly face on it, and your secret code name on the inside? I don't have any such ring. Well, I know you don't have yours. Sally Rowe has it. Well, she did have it. Now we have it. Owen just stared. Yeah, it's yours, all right. We checked your secret lodge name against the Nation's official membership rosters. Gawain, wasn't it? Owen, the game we all play, Owen. Sally says she learned it from you. That's why she saved your ring all these years. It's a nice ace for her to play, and it makes her story credible, especially since she happened upon another ring, this one belonging to some kid brother of yours in the Nation, James Bardeen, a hotshot punk lawyer with Santinelli's firm. Bardeen's ring turned up on the finger of a Satanist. Jim added with an appropriate, sinister touch, a woman who was hired to kill Sally Rowe. He quickly added, the assassin blew it. She got killed herself, and now we have that ring too. So that sort of ties all four of you together in this thing. You, Carl Santinelli, James Bardeen, and that Satanist Lady R, make that woman, or something derogatory if you like. Jim removed his straw hat and wiped his brow. Owen, I'm ready to lay odds you already know the rest. The whole lawsuit over that little girl having some kind of psychotic personality blowout of some kind, and the AGFA blaming the Christian school just to get the government through their door, and well, it was quite a plan, yes sir. Jim looked directly at Owen for his next comment. A plan worth killing Sally Rowe to protect, a plan worth covering up the fact that someone tried to kill Sally Rowe to protect. A plan worth tampering with the mails and hunting down Sally Rowe to protect. Owen occupied himself with his rod and reel, and didn't look up. Jim, I believe I'm growing tired of your company. That was your baby, wasn't it? Owen froze for a moment. If Jim was attempting to shock him, the attempt succeeded. He reached down and began to untie the tether between the two boats. I think you'd better leave. Jim placed his hand on Owen's to stop him. You were on the advisory board at the Omega Center, and you got her that position at the center after she graduated from Bentmore. You spent a lot of time with her, didn't you, every time you flew out for meetings with Steele and the others? Until she had that baby instead of aborting it, open in public, right? What better way to solve that problem than to remove the only tangible link between the two of you and destroy the woman in the process? Owen straightened up defiantly. Do you actually intend to argue that I'm to blame for Sally Rowe's incredible delusions? You believe in that spirit stuff, don't you? That's my personal business. And at the time, she believed in it with a lot of help from you and that Omega bunch. That establishes nothing. Who says the newspapers and networks ever have to establish something as juicy as this? They'll print it now and prove it later. You've slipped 'em some goodies yourself from time to time, you know that. And we could slip 'em some more, you should know that. Jim nodded. Yeah, that's right. We could make life pretty difficult for each other, no question. Then he chuckled. But I sure enjoy the picture I get in my mind of you hearing a case brought by some of your lodge brothers in the AGFA, knowing they tried to protect their case by killing a woman you once had an affair with. Top that, Owen. Owen Bennett looked across the lake and thought for a moment. So what do you want? Jim smiled. Have I done it, Owen? Do I really have a lever on you? Owen snapped. What do you want? The sound carries, remember. Jim stopped to think for a moment. Owen, I think I've been a pretty good attorney general, and I think I could do an even better job if certain parties would take all their weight and push it around elsewhere. Owen looked grim. I didn't put it there. But you have pull with the people who did. You're one of their star players. I can't cross them, Jim. You know that. Jim shrugged. Well, you could always step down, I suppose. I can't do that either. Jim was resolute. I'm giving you a choice, Owen. Tom Harris grabbed the Hampton County Star from his front porch and stepped inside to the smell of hot biscuits, eggs, hash browns, bacon, the works. What's new? Asked Marshall. Oh, quite a bit, said Tom, perusing the front page. It was Friday morning, it had been a week like no other week, and the core group, the central players, were gathered in Tom's house for a big breakfast, just to be together. Ben and Bev Cole, Mark and Kathy Howard, Marshall and Kate Hogan, and Tom. Just Tom. If social worker Irene Bledsoe had heard of all the shake-up, she wasn't saying, and so far she wasn't returning Tom's calls. Ben asked, any speeches from the AGFA boys about the court's decision? Kind of a moot point now anyway, said Mark. The lawsuit's been dropped. It's all over. Too bad, Tom quipped. I was scheduled to give a deposition next week. Now I'll miss out on the wonderful experience. But it ain't over, not yet, said Bev. I mean, we're talking 'bout a big investigation here. We're talking 'bout some arrests. Marshall smiled a weak smile and shook his head. Probably not. Are you crazy? Sometimes I wonder. Mark asked. Well, the authorities are going to look into this. My FBI friend John Harrigan doesn't think so. There are cases and there are cases. Some you go after, some you don't. A thing like this is, well, such a big can of worms. There's so much of it going on in so many places, and you can't arrest everybody. Hey, listen to this, said Tom. Here's a quote from Gordon Jefferson. There's even a picture of him here, standing outside the courtroom. Wait, said Ben. I want to sit down. Tom read the quote from the AGFA lawyer. We sincerely regret this monumental breach of justice and of the rights of children everywhere. The clock of progress has been set back severely by this ruling. Had the court ruled in favor of the child, this lawsuit could have continued, and we could have fought against the scourge of religious bigotry and intolerance against our children. Mrs. Brandon wishes me to share her deep regrets and her thanks with all her supporters everywhere, and to express her heartfelt dream that the fight for our children will continue. For now, she has asked, and we have agreed, to drop the suit, pick up the pieces, and go on with our lives as best we can. Kate was appalled. What a pile of lies. But what great PR, said Marshall. Official AGFA policy. No matter what happens, come out the hero. Let me see that, came a voice from the kitchen. Tom handed the paper to Lucy Brandon herself as she came into the room. She perused the story and just shook her head. I dropped that suit on Tuesday, before that hearing. She passed the paper on to Ben and said angrily, but they'll never tell, will they? Tom remarked. Wayne Corrigan and I were wondering why Ames and Jefferson gave us such dirty looks. They knew the suit was dropped. But they still wanted that ruling, said Marshall. Every little step helps. Well, to be honest, said Mark, Ben searched through the paper glumly. Nothing more about Joey and Carol Parnell. Bev put her hand on Ben's shoulder. Ben, you just got your job back. Don't go chasing another phony suicide. Leave that for the Claytonville cops. But Ben was obviously frustrated. I'm having a hard time being patient with all the inaction I'm seeing. I should have warned you about this part, said Marshall. It's tough to get action out of the authorities when the case is so vague and untraceable and when the authorities are part of the problem. Ben passed the paper to Marshall, still fuming. Well, this is one authority who's going to earn his pay. There has to be a way to stop them. Marshall skimmed the first few pages and then smiled. I think we did. No, we didn't. There's been no investigation, no arrests, not even truthful reporting in the papers about what really happened. We all know the kinds of things these people are getting away with. Oh, we hurt them, Ben. We hurt them. We won this round. Marshall passed the paper to Kate. And well, I think we stand a good chance of recovering our pals too. Josiah and Ruth? Asked Tom. Marshall nodded. Stomp a mole in your yard, you've killed your neighbor's mole too. We'll see. What about our Mia? Asked Kate. Sally, said Marshall. The thought was painful. What did Harrigan say? Marshall hesitated a little on that one. That's a tough. No sign of Sally, and Cool isn't talking. The only thing they found was Sally's letters. She could have escaped, or maybe the Satanists Cool and his bunch killed her and disposed of the body before the feds got there. We just don't know. Tom grew very somber. We owe her everything. She's just got to be alive somewhere. We're gonna be praying for that gal, that's for sure, said Bev. And I want to meet her, said Tom. After reading all her letters, I feel like I know her. No, I do know her. An incredible woman, said Kate. That she was, said Marshall. Just outside Claytonville, a house painter pulled his battered, laddered van to the side of the highway and let off a hitchhiker. Sure, I can't drive you further. You're out in the middle of nowhere. Thank you, no, said Sally Rowe. She remained there on the highway shoulder, a very tired, dirty, bedraggled vagabond in jeans, soiled blue jacket, and checkered scarf, watching the old van pull away, its rocker arms clacking, its exhaust pipe blowing smoke, its springs sagging under all the ladders and paint cans. She felt just like that van. Her face was etched with the miles, her soul was weary from the pain, her body was bruised and dented from the abuse. But she was still rolling, still chugging along, and at least now she had a good reason. She crossed the highway as soon as she got the chance and ducked into the woods, following an old, rutted, surveying road she'd visited in the darkness of night. When was that? It seemed like years ago. She almost wondered if it was the same road. It looked so different in the daylight, inviting, peaceful, canopied in the fresh, new growth green of spring, rode through thick forest, tangled brush, and low-hanging limbs. She didn't remember it being this far. Perhaps she'd missed a turn somewhere. Maybe she'd hidden the truck a little too well. Oh, there, through the limbs and leaves, she caught a familiar blue tint. Well, still there. Motor and Signa stood next to the old Chevy pickup, hands on swords, eyes alert, waiting for her arrival. Their warriors had closely guarded that machine since Sally left it there. The kids on dirt bikes, the hikers, the equestrians, and any would-be vandals had all passed it by, so it remained untouched, slightly overgrown with brush, but ready to roll. Sally pushed through the new growth, pulling the keys from her jacket pocket. The door opened with its familiar groan. The smell of the cab was the same. She still remembered to avoid that small rip in the seat lest it grow longer. Her heart danced a little. This old truck was a blessing because it was familiar, it was hers, it was a piece of home. It moaned a bit, hesitated, cranked over a few times, and then, with Sally's well-practiced pumping of the gas pedal, something that had to be done just right, it lurched to life. Motor and Signa gave her a push, and with little difficulty she got the truck turned around. The two warriors hopped into the back, and they were all on their way back to Bacon's Corner. 46. I would like to know the real reason why I'm being fired, Irene Bledsoe demanded. Her supervisor was an older woman with white hair pulled tightly to the back of her head and held there with innumerable pins. Her hair was tight, her expression was tight, and due to her obesity, her clothes were tight. Everything about the woman was tight, especially her patience. You know your driving record better than I do, she snapped, hardly looking up from the work on her desk. Such irresponsibility on the road, especially while transporting children, is a liability to this organization and cannot be tolerated. Bledsoe tried to maintain her professional dignity, but she was definitely indignant. Ms. Blair, I have here in my hand the driving records of no less than a dozen other Child Protection Department employees. I even have some aptitude test scores. I have seen them all, and do not wish to see them again. Ms. Blair, you are tangling with the wrong person. Slam. Ms. Blair slapped her papers and pencil down on her desk and bored into Bledsoe with eyes of cold steel. You just said that to the wrong person. Ms. Bledsoe, you are addressing, in essence, the state. We don't tangle with anyone. We set our agenda and judge our employees by how efficiently they carry out that agenda. The fact is, you have been judged to be a liability to this department, and as such, you have been terminated. It's because of the Harris case, isn't it? That is the real reason. Ms. Blair answered coldly and mechanically, it is because of your driving record, Ms. Bledsoe. I was only fulfilling the orders I received. You simply can't be trusted to transport children safely, and that is my final word on the subject. Now finish out your duties properly, or I'll see to it that you forfeit your severance pay. You can't do that. Ms. Blair only smiled her cold, calculating smile. Oh yes she could, and Bledsoe knew it. All right. I've cleaned out my desk and handed over my caseload to Julie and Betty. So what's left? Drive the Harris children back to Bacon's Corner. Ed and Mose were still sitting at their post in front of Max's barber shop, just taking in whatever passed before them on the Toe Springs Claytonville Road. Ed was looking through the latest Hampton County Star and making sure Mose was kept up to date on everything whether Mose was interested or not. The big white house is for sale, he said. Mose was watching a mud puddle across the street and wondering if maybe the Mercantile needed new gutters. Hey, I said the big white house is for sale. That couple living in sin finally decided to move on. What? They splitting up. It's just an ad for the house, Mose. It doesn't say anything about that. Mose took a moment to spit into the street. Yeah, probably doesn't say anything about Sergeant Mulligan either. He was living in sin too, I hear, him and that supervisor from the door company. You mean with each other? Ed wondered. They're both gone, aren't they? Both took off at the same time. Somebody saw them together. I wasn't born yesterday, Ed. Ed thought for a moment. I don't mind 'em leaving. They were a strange bunch, them and their friends. Not a very good cop either. John Schmidt was a cop. Mose was astounded at Ed's dullness today. No, friend, Mulligan. Well, I'm glad to see him go too. Yeah, and that bunch at the big white house. Everybody's going. Looks like the whole town's quitting. Who's quitting? Ed turned the paper toward Mose, and Mose adjusted his glasses. See here. You've got these three folks on the school board, Mrs. Hanover, and John Kendall. That stubborn, who finally talked him into it. And look here. Jerry Mason. That's three. Mose was amazed. Well, wasn't it just yesterday Elvira was telling me that the grade school lost the fourth grade teacher, Miss Beer Brewer. The same. She and that Woodard got into a fracas. Woodard's getting old, that's his problem. He's retiring. Say what? He's retiring end of this month. He didn't seem that old. You been looking in the mirror too much, Mose. Mose tilted his hat back. Well, I'll be. You're right. Everybody's quitting. Maybe they know something we don't. Hey, wait a minute there. What? Well, flip back to the second page there. Look there. Well, give me wings and call me. They were looking at a news item. Supreme Court Justice steps down. Ed tilted his head back so he could read through his bifocals. Who's this Owen Bennett? Newest man on the Supreme Court. Hasn't been there long. Bennett attributes his resignation to ill health and personal reasons. But he looks kinda young, don't you think? You been looking in the mirror too much yourself, Ed. Well now, that could be. Mose broke out laughing. Hey, you know what, Ed? Maybe we oughta quit too. Ed thought about that a moment and replied with great seriousness, Mose, where would the world be without us keeping an eye on it? Then they both laughed, hitting and poking each other and having a great time. You could hear them for blocks. Sally drove on toward Bacon's Corner, turning over and over in her mind just how she was going to present herself to Mrs. Potter, back from the dead as it were, and ask to continue renting the old farmhouse. Of course, that would be contingent on getting her job back at the door factory, and that was probably contingent on whether they would accept her excuse for being away so long without saying anything. And that raised the whole question of what she was going to tell them, and that was going to depend on what she could and couldn't talk about in public during the course of the investigation, and then again, she didn't know yet if there would even be an investigation. She slowed as she approached an intersection out in the middle of the cornfields. She felt a slight tension in her stomach. This was the same intersection where that Bledsoe woman just about rammed her with Tom Harris's kids in the car. Anyway, the first thing was to find out what was happening in Bacon's Corner, and how that lawsuit was progressing, or if it was still progressing at all. Bernice Kruger should have gotten that last letter by now, and she must have sent all that material to Tom Harris, so something should be brewing. She hadn't seen any newspapers in the last several days. Well, what was this, a flashback of some kind? She had to be seeing things. There was that same green Plymouth. Irene Bledsoe made sure to stop carefully and safely at the notorious intersection that had cost her her job. Josiah and Ruth were buckled in snugly this time. The intersection looked the same except that the corn was taller. It was almost like déjà vu, sitting here waiting for that blue pickup truck being driven by the lady with the checkered scarf. Sally stared transfixed. She couldn't help it. This was Irene Bledsoe again. And there were the two Harris children. From the back of Sally's pickup, Motor and Signa waved to their two comrades, Chimon and Cyan, who rode atop the Plymouth. This encounter had timed out nicely. Irene hesitated. She was the vehicle on the right, so she was supposed to go through the intersection first, but she just couldn't move. This couldn't be. Josiah saw the woman too, and marveled. Hey, look. There's that lady in the blue truck. Yeah, said Ruth. I remember her. So it wasn't a hallucination. Irene pressed the gas pedal gently and began to creep across the intersection, just staring at the woman. Hey, said Josiah, staring as well, she's crying. Sally watched the Plymouth pass in front of her and speed away, and then she wiped her eyes. Lord, this was from you. You've used this to tell me. Now she knew. This encounter, this scene before her, said it all. Somewhere, somehow, the darkness had been pierced. It was broken, fallen, its power was gone. The children were going home. From high above, Bacon's Corner looked downright cheery, warm, and inviting, like a little town from a model railroad, its brown, red, and black roofs bold against the surrounding patchwork green of the fields, and its silver elevators stretching toward the sky, flashing in the sun. The skies were clear, both of clouds and of spiritual filth, washed with heaven's light, freshened with prayer and praise to the maker of it all. It was good to be back, good to see the place so clean. This was victory's reward. Tal and Gilo began a gentle descent, their wings spread wide and motionless to carry them lazily over the town, high over Front Street with its cars and pickups jostling through the one intersection, over the Mercantile with its chimney smoking and red rototillas out on the sidewalk, over the small cluster of houses and garages on the Strawberry Loop, just over the top of the big silver water tower with the red light on top, steadily lower over some small farms. From up here the chickens looked like little white, black, and red triangles, and finally, at rooftop level, across the pond road and to the roof of Tom Harris's house. They came in over Tom's front yard, pulled up, and stalled just above the peak of his roof, alighting upon it. They could hear breakfast in progress below. Much chatter, sharing, rejoicing. Good enough. The others would be arriving any moment, and then that almost happy gathering below would be completed. Gilo pointed to the northwest. 2 streaks of light were descending rapidly out of the sky. Nathan and Armeth, just returning from Ashton. 2 more trails of light appeared in the eastern sky. Cree and C were returning from the route at the Omega Center. Within moments, Nathan and Armeth passed over the house like 2 shining eagles. Cree and C dropped steeply from above and cupped their wings to break their dive, settling like paratroopers to the right side of the front yard as Tal directed them. Then they waited, every warrior in his place. "Ah, here they come," said Tal, looking up the pond road toward town. It was the green Plymouth, with Chimon and Cyan still riding on top, their wings trailing like flashing, flickering banners. They waved their swords at their fellows, who waved back. Irene Bledsoe eased the Plymouth to a stop out on the road in front of the house. She was about to reach back to help the children unbuckle and get their things, but there was no need. Josiah and Ruth burst out of that car like kids out of school and raced down the front walk without looking back. Bledsoe turned her sharp nose forward, hit the gas, and got out of there. Chimon and Cyan spread their wings, lifted from the roof, and let the car shoot out from under them. Then they settled to the ground on either side of the front gate. The kids didn't knock or announce their arrival at all, but simply yanked the front door open and burst into the house, raising such a reaction from the people inside that Tal and Gilo could feel the noise through their feet. In heaven, reunions like this happened all the time, and the angels always found it absolutely riveting. Only human souls made in the image of God could fully know the soaring joy, the tear-stained ecstasy of losing a loved one and then, after a stretch of time that is always too long, feeling their warm embrace again, hearing their voice, sharing all their news. But moments like this were what the angels worked and fought for, and it was their fathomless joy, their greatest reward, to behold it once again. The warriors in the yard could see through the front door. Tom was on his knees, clutching his children, weeping with joy. His friends were gathered all around, touching him, touching the children, murmuring prayers of thanksgiving and praise, asking questions, but getting no answers in, shining like the sparkling joy that filled the house this day. They began to worship. "Can we stay home now, Daddy?" Ruth asked through her tears. Tom hesitated. He was afraid to answer. Marshall touched him. "You can tell her yes." Tom's eyes shone with deep joy and assurance. "We did win, didn't we?" Marshall indicated the kids with his eyes. "What more proof did they need?" Tom said, "You'd better believe it. We're never going to be apart again." More hugs. More tears. A quiet squeak of brakes. Tires on gravel. A glint of blue. Tom didn't notice, for obvious reasons, but Marshall did. He looked out the open front door. He couldn't be sure. He couldn't believe it. He moved toward the door while the others stayed in their little rejoicing huddle. There was a woman out there, parked across the street in a blue pickup truck. Sally tried to keep low, tried not to be obvious as she examined Tom's house. She listened, and could hear the rejoicing through the open front door. She'd seen Irene Bledsoe driving off, and she'd seen the children run inside. They were all having such a wonderful reunion in there. She didn't feel she belonged. She didn't know what to do. Motor and Signa hopped out of the back and stood by the cab, speaking gently to her. "They aren't going to hurt you, Sally. Come on. They'll be glad to see you." She turned off the engine and sat there for a few more moments, just staring ahead and thinking. Her hands were shaking. She was so nervous her stomach ached. "They sound happy in there. They seem like a friendly bunch. I've just got to know how things turned out. They can reject me, I suppose, but I've got to know." She opened the truck door and stepped out onto the shoulder. She walked toward the back of her truck. From this angle she could peer through the front door and see what was going on in there. "Oh, brother. They'll be able to see me too. I think that big guy did." At that one fleeting glimpse, Marshall thought he would soar through the roof and straight to heaven. This was the Lord's work, all right. Oh, he does all things so well. He moved carefully to the front porch as if approaching a timid deer, afraid of scaring it off. Tal dropped to the porch and stood beside him. "That's her, Marshall, don't let her get away." Sally hurried back to the cab of the truck and started to climb inside. She was going to bag this idea. Maybe she could write Tom another letter. This was just too awkward. "Sally." She froze, her hand on the door handle, her right foot on the truck's running board. She didn't know if she should be Sally Rowe or not. Who was this guy? Sally Rowe. She remained still, just staring ahead. "If I turn my head, he'll know. Who is he?" From inside the house she heard the children laughing. "Wow," said the little boy, "my own bed again. Am I safe? Is the running over?" "Thank you, Jesus," came a black woman's voice. "Oh, thank you, Jesus. You're safe, Sally." She turned her head and looked at the big, red-haired man standing on the front porch. His eyes were gentle. "Yes," she said, not loudly. Having said it once, she said it loud enough for him to hear. "Yes. That's me." Suddenly there was a crowd of people on that front porch, all looking her way. An lovely red-haired woman, a good-looking black couple, a kind-looking gray-haired man and his blonde wife, and Sally stared at that man as much as he stared at her. She'd seen his picture. Tom had seen her pictures too. You could cut the silence with a knife. Marshall broke the silence with an invitation. "Sally, Tom Harris and all of us would like very much to meet you. Would you like to come in?" She relaxed just a little, but tried to hide behind the open truck door. I'm hardly presentable," Tom replied. "You're among friends." Tal had to laugh. Hardly presentable. Wasn't it strange, the way humans looked at themselves with eyes of flesh and not of the spirit? Certainly that dear woman had been through mire and filth of every degree. She was scarred, exhausted, ragged, and dirty. But to the angels, she appeared as God himself saw her, just as any other redeemed saint of the living God. Pure, shining, clean, dressed in garments as white as snow. With a little loving prod from Motor and Signa, Sally crossed the road, a tired, blue-jeaned vagabond coming home. She passed through the front gate, approached the front porch, and then, as angels and saints alike watched in tremendous awe, she extended her hand to the lone man standing between his two bubbly children. "Tom Harris." "Yes. I'm Sally Beth Rowe." Tal clapped his wings just enough to return to the roof, then settled there in a comfortable sitting position, his sword at rest by his side. Gilo asked the question for all of them. "What now, Captain?" Tal looked down at the laughing, praising group below. "I think we'll stay a while." The warriors were glad to hear that, and moved in closer to listen to all that marvelous conversation, all that sharing and catching up. Tal smiled and shook his head in wonder. "Redemption. It will never cease to thrill me."